Hello, welcome to round 4 of the XTX Markets London Chess Classic. You're here today with me, Stephen Gordon, and to my left, Grandmaster Stuart Conquest.
Hi, Stevie. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. We're maybe 15 minutes delayed, so we've already got a few moves in the games. Just a prize giving at the Emirates Stadium, which put a bit of a delay to this for the junior tournaments that have been going on alongside the main events.
We have a good audience, Stevie.
Yeah, it's a pretty packed audience for a Saturday afternoon. Really appreciate the support. Hopefully we can get a good show out there. So, yeah, we'll jump to the games.
We have a clear leader, don't we, Stevie, at this point after 3 rounds?
Yeah, it's got a very impressive start for Uzbekistan's Abdusattorov. I think the game in round 2 was extremely impressive from a preparation standpoint.
Right, against Mishra, was it?
Yeah, so I heard that he had over 30 moves of preparation.
On his laptop.
Already familiar with the position after that length of time. And then yesterday's very, very impressive game with Black. I guess it shows a difference.
Against Nikita, yeah?
Yeah, against Vitiugov. Showcasing a bit of a different skill set. He's kind of played a bit of an innocuous opening, not too threatening, but managed to...
We had Black, didn't he?
Yeah, he had Black. he just wanted to keep some tension in the position, get to maybe a middle game, end game, and see if he could outplay his opponent from there. Did a fantastic job of doing that.
Lovely ending.
Yeah. So very impressive game, which is worth having a look over if you've not seen it already.
I'm really sorry to interrupt the commentary, but everyone should know that we're actually live at the venue, and we want to could you make a little public service announcement for us? Could everybody in the audience please look right next to your chair? Nope, we found it. Thank you very much. Sorry for the interruption.
So good.
I'll leave you to it.
So good.
Okay, Stevie. So this is XTX Markets London Classic.
So we've got 5 games to cover, and we're also potentially going to look at the top board of the FIDE Open as well, because we've got a special talent there.
We have.
I think he may be sort of in the world top 10 at the moment.
Sure, 2750 plus, I think.
Yeah, Praggnanandhaa is on 3 out of 3 in that tournament. So probably 6 games to cover this afternoon. We'll jump right into it.
Sure.
Where do you want to start?
I don't mind, Steve. It's up to you. I mean, we said that we talked about the Nodirbek, the leader. He's playing Mickey today. Michael Adams is playing him, isn't he, with white?
Yeah. So Nodirbek did make a comment when asked about it in the press conference yesterday that he sees Mickey as an extremely solid opponent, classical player, sort of very stylistic kind of play. But he's already shown us in the 3rd round that he's willing to sort of press for a win with the black pieces. So I'm sure he'll be looking for a way to sort of keep tension to that.
It's sort of interesting, unorthodox opening though they have here, Stevie.
Yeah, we'll go back a few minutes.
Start?
Yeah, sure, yeah. So Mickey, I think this is his main choice against Sicilians with knight c6.
Okay.
Go for the Rosolimo. And then Nordirbek's gone for e6, which I guess is one of the main lines. And then it's kind of Mickey's decision as to the sort of pathway that the game will go from here. He can take the knight, so he cedes 2 bishops, but he inflicts a bit of damage on the black pawn structure. I think another main line is to play castles here, and then decide how to expand in the center. But I think Mickey's played something that's slightly rarer.
So what did he play?
So he goes c3.
Okay.
And then it's starting to look less and less like a Sicilian now. Kind of got a bit of a French defense setup going with black. So d5, d3.
And just d3, okay.
Yeah. Would you exchange queens here with black?
Oh, no, I wouldn't. No,
Why not?
I don't think I would. Also, because if you take on e4, white might take on c6, huh? And the structure doesn't look good, does it?
Right. So capturing might make some sense, but Stu's just pointed out that that's a very ugly looking pawn structure for black. Maybe getting the queens off the board early doesn't really justify.
Yeah, I mean, bishop's on a6, but still, I don't know.
Yeah,
I've never seen this line with
no,
d3.
Me too.
It's refreshing that people play, even at this high level, Stevie, they play sidelines, less common variations.
Yeah, Mickey's the one to go for something a little creative here, I guess.
Sure.
Yeah. So we got bishop d7, bishop f4 from Mickey, and now knight e7.
All right.
Is that where we're up to?
Yeah, and that's where we are, yeah?
That's where we are. Yeah, looks interesting.
It's a nice fresh position.
Yeah.
Maybe a6 from black, you might expect. Maybe he'd play bishop a4 and bring the bishop back.
Yeah, I wonder if white is going to aim to try and clamp down some space with e5 and d4 at some point. Interesting for sure. Yeah.
Should we do a quick recap of all 5 games at the opening stage?
Yeah,
just see what we have on each board.
Sure. Yeah. We'll just go in order that we've got here. So we've got Theodoru, who also had a pretty impressive start to the tournament. He's got white against Vitiugov, who suffered quite a long game loss against Abdusattorov yesterday. So, yeah, interesting position as it stands. We've got a 1 knight f3 Reti.
So like a Reti King's Indian attack.
Yeah.
Kind of thing, yeah. Okay.
And I think this line with bishop G4's got a pretty solid
of course,
reputation. Yeah. So castles, knight f6, d3, knight d7, h3.
Okay.
No, I think it's fairly interesting point here is do you capture the knight and try and gain space in the center, or do you allow white to push you back a little bit?
Yeah, you can do both, can't you?
Have you ever had this kind of position?
I guess
you
I
played
must have
thousands
done.
of games, right? You must have had this at some point.
Sometimes I take, sometimes I go back. I don't know.
Okay. Okay.
Bishop h5 is okay. Isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay,
G4.
nice. All right.
So going a few more moves forward.
This also could be a very interesting game.
Yeah. I guess just a point on h6. You can see that Vitiugov, when he's being asked, do you want to give your bishop away? He says, no thanks there. And then he also takes the tempo out to make room for it on h7 as well.
Okay.
So, yeah, this bishop's got some luft if it's ever getting hit. So interesting. So it's a4, a5, and then, well, I mean, when you get sort of 10 moves into a game and all pieces and pawns are on the board, you know you're in for a long fight.
Also, Stevie, the bishop on f4 is unusual, isn't it? You might have expected b3, bishop b2.
Yeah, it's quite different.
Kind of a creative approach from West.
You probably wouldn't go for that kind of development unless you'd got the h3, g4 in.
Right.
Because at least then the bishop's got freedom to retreat if it's ever pushed back. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Nice, interesting position. Yeah, good.
It's good.
We're looking for 5 big fights today.
Yeah,
Steve. 5,
yeah.
You know, at the weekends.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure everyone seems in fighting mood, you know.
So this position is from which game?
This is Shankland against Mishra. I think this one's quite interesting. So Sam Shankland has done a few courses on chessable.
Yeah.
And I've watched one or two videos of those. You know, I need some help with my game. And he comments in one of the videos about Mishra following his repertoire down to a T.
Really?
And he's done a course on the semi-Slav. So,
which is what we have today.
yeah, I don't know whether Sam's done some private coaching with Mishra, but he's obviously definitely taken some advice from this chessable course. And when Mishra's faced with playing the guy who's recommended the lines to him, he just goes for it anyway. He doesn't deviate.
Just remind everyone that Mishra was the world's youngest GM, correct?
Right.
Is that right?
Yeah,
He got the GM title as the youngest 12.
Yeah, I can't tell you the facts on the age or the date, but yeah.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, he's 16 now and sort of very impressive performance at the FIDE Grand Swiss.
That's right.
Really,
and Sam did very well as well.
Yeah, Sam did excellently as well, yeah. Made it to round 6 of the World Cup. So, yeah, we'll go back to the start.
Do you want to take us through the opening very quickly?
Sure.
Yeah.
So we get this Slav defense with e6, and I'd say that kind of has the reputation as the most fighting.
Kind of, yeah.
Most fighting of all the Slavs, yeah. Sam goes for e3. So we're in this, the opening's named Moran or anti-Moran variation. And in this position, white chooses the pathway again. Play gets, the play can get a little bit more open and sharp if white is to play a natural bishop d3 move, or white can try and sort of keep a bit more tension in the position, starting with queen c2 and possibly b3. Leading to very different types of games. Just also one further way that white can go that's very interesting but not so popular now is to maybe look to advance the g pawn after a couple of moves. So queen c2, bishop d6, g4. Yeah. Don't see this very often these days, but yeah, certainly. I
remember Shirov used to play this for white.
Right.
I think he was one of the first top players to play this, and he had very good results for a while.
Yeah. Sam chooses bishop d3.
Okay.
And this is, I guess, kind of why this opening is quite a popular one for black. Black gets to take on c4 with tempo and start developing the queen side quite quickly with b5. Eventually, this bishop will join the play on b7. Black's kind of looking to advance with c5 or
solid for black
e5
as
at
well,
some
isn't it?
moment.
It's quite
Yeah,
solid
it
for
feels
black.
quite solid
Yeah,
for
yeah.
black, yeah. There's a lot of theory here. I think this is the problem. It's kind of excellent opening for black, but you do sort of really need to know what you're doing in various lines.
Okay, so what happens, Stevie? How did they just sort of to catch up, see where they are now?
Bishop d2,
Okay.
bishop b7,
Rook
rook
c1.
d1. So the idea for black really is if you can get this pawn push to c5 under good circumstances, then your position looks great, right? The bishops are pointing in the right direction. All minor pieces well placed. So white does what they can to make it difficult for you to get this free in c5 move. So bishop d2, rook c1 is part designed against that. Rook c8,
Okay.
castles, bishop b1. I guess that it's now becoming slightly unfamiliar territory. That looks quite new and novel to me. Rook e8.
E4? Oh, A3.
We had a3 first, yeah.
Yeah.
a3, a5, e4. And then it's pretty typical when black commits the bishop to d6 in these lines. e4 is kind of coming with a threat to thwart the pieces. So it's almost automatic that it will get answered in the way that Mishra went for with e5. Takes, bishop f4. It will be interesting to see who is the first one to kind of sit and have a think here. Well, this is the live position, and Mishra's down. Obviously, early days for this, but he's having a think down 20 minutes. So I guess it's new for him from here.
Okay, fine. All right. Well, it's just it's pretty
normal position, right?
Yeah.
I think black's still sort of on the face of it. It looks like black's still got some work to do to fully equalize this.
Okay, so we just move around again and just in case we're missing something on the other two.
So we've got all English clash on the next board.
Luke against Gawain.
Yeah, and Luke's a big fan of this this structure. He had something very similar against Mickey.
Yeah, delayed bishop takes
in the
d6.
first one. Yeah. So
in the Spanish.
So Spanish with a6. And yeah, his round one game was against, well, Mickey had the black bits, played bishop e7, and Luke decided to voluntarily exchange on c6 here.
Yeah.
And in this one, Gawain's gone for what I think maybe is Gawain's main line with bishop c5, Archangel. Luke's done it anyway, so he's just got a slightly different piece placement that he's facing with black. And after d3, queen e7. Well, Gawain's playing this in a slightly more active way with the pieces than Mickey
did. He's going to castle queenside?
Well, after his next move, I'm guessing probably. Yeah, he goes h5.
He played h5?
Yeah.
He's really going for it.
Yeah, so he plays h5 before castling queenside, so... Interesting.
Very interesting, yeah. If h3, Steve, I guess he's just going to leave the bishop on g4, huh?
Yeah.
Well, we don't know, but...
Probably leaving the bishop, yeah. I wonder as well if he's played h5 in this move order, because he's thinking if white plays another kind of move that doesn't threaten the bishop on g4, he might play h4 himself, and then after h3 he can retreat to h5, and he's kind of gained that space on the king side already.
And he can leave castles queenside. He doesn't need to maybe...
he just...
rush with that.
Maybe wait for the right time.
Also, as soon as he castles, then Luke can start something with a3 and b4 and start something on the queen side, so he kind of just keeps Luke guessing a bit.
Yes, Luke's got some nice aspects to the position as well. This knight's going to come out and can threaten to take this pawn.
Looks very sensible, knight c4.
Yeah, knight c4. Just
and put the bishop on g5, perhaps?
Put the bishop on g5. He might want to try and get rid of the black's two bishops advantage by putting it on e3. It's kind of flexible. Luke did say that he likes taking on these positions with white because there's a bit of dynamism in there and play can be on both sides of the board. And I guess we are kind of seeing that from the two games that he's had, where Mickey played a more solid classical approach, castling kingside, spending some time rerouting the knight before developing the queenside. Whereas this one's a little bit more expansive from Gawain. He's just put the pieces on active squares.
Well, also he's got the bishop on c5, hasn't he, which is different. So he's got more. Also, I'm thinking if knight c4 here, maybe Gawain could take on f3 and play knight g4. And with nothing, and maybe some exchanges on e3 or something.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
because
possible.
Otherwise, white's bishop comes to g5. I don't quite see.
Right, you don't want to.
If you don't play take on f3.
Yeah, so you're not keen to allow this.
It's a bit annoying because we don't have h6 anymore, do we?
Yeah. And if this?
Okay.
I don't know.
Is that what he wants?
Never had these kind of positions before, so it's.
Okay, perhaps.
Yeah. So it'd be interesting, especially if we get queenside castling, then it's almost forced to sort of blow up at some point.
We still have one game, is that right? That we haven't
last game is Alireza.
Right, okay.
It's got white pieces against Pavel Eljanov.
Okay.
Maybe worth mentioning that Luke and Pavel had a very long
drawn out
game
95 moves or something?
Yeah, I think maybe it finished on move 98, and I don't think there was a pawn move for, could have been over 50 moves. So they were manoeuvring around, then there was a piece exchange, and then they manoeuvred around again for another 40 moves with no pawn moves. So, so very tense struggle. It was a draw in the end. So
Pavel was pushing, but he couldn't really find a way through.
Yeah, and it felt kind of like both players were a bit unhappy. You could see Luke on the final move, kind of looking at his score sheet, looking at the board, shaking his head, wondering, like, should I play on?
Really? Okay.
Should I? Yeah. So,
So how did they reach this position, Stevie? Let's have a look. It's the Queen's Gambit.
Queen's Gambit declined. Yeah. I think this has been popularized more recently. It kind of fell out of favor because of this exchange line. But then Black has found that various setups within this seem to be holding out okay. I'd say that the first slight surprise and rare move that we've got on the board is Pavel's bishop e6.
Well, I'm not sure what rare means at this level.
No. I mean, there's just so many games these days, isn't there? I think like a main line may look a little something more like this. And then Black's got.
But as you say, I mean, Black in the last few years has been playing this in different ways.
Yeah.
Getting a more lively position, maybe.
Yeah. Pragg had this in his first round game in
the Open.
In the Open, it's worth checking. Oh, maybe second round game in the Open. Definitely a game that's worth checking out. At some point, they got a pawn structure like this on the board. That kind of looks a bit weird. The old school thought was that White should at least keep some flexibility to play for a minority attack in these kind of positions. By minority attack, it's kind of looking to push this queenside minority forward and inflicts a little bit of damage on the Black queenside structure. But actually in these lines, so if I play another move for Black, castles, let's say we go with knight f8, f3, there are certain circumstances under which Black now has found that playing with this b5 move can work out pretty well. So the school of thought has changed in that White often just prevents that quite early entirely. Yeah. So you get this kind of fixed.
But like 20 or 30 years ago, the A4 would have given a question mark in it.
Yeah. It kind of looks really ugly. But then, the way the understanding's developed is that, like, conceding the dart squares a little bit on the queen side, it more than makes up for it from preventing Black from expanding with b5 on that side of the board.
I've learned something today already.
Amazing.
Okay, so what actually happened? Bishop e6?
So bishop e6 in this position.
G5, interesting move. G5 and knight h5.
G5, I guess it kind of makes sense because the bishop's a little bit vulnerable on e6. Maybe walking into the knight jump into that square, and obviously you you would like to capture on e6 because that would severely weaken the light squares around the king. So I think this fits. The strategy is going to weaken the kingside pawn structure a little bit, but we're going to bag the two bishops with black.
Okay. And even put that bishop on g7, possibly?
Yeah, maybe the bishop comes to g7 here.
You know, I mean, we'll take first on g3, I don't know.
Yeah. He takes first on g3. Knight
is this the
f6.
game? Is this the game?
Yeah, this is the game.
Okay, right, yeah.
This is the live position. Pavel's taken a bit of time to get to here, around 30 minutes of thought.
And Alireza's just moved?
Alireza has castle queenside.
Okay, this is another
it's nice.
promising position
nice,
for us, you know, something entertaining.
Yeah.
And, well, look, basically this tournament, you've got two players, right, with sort of 2750 ratings, 2760, and then more or less everyone else is bunched around 2650, aren't they?
Yeah. But it's an interesting dynamic because I feel as though there's two elite players and then obviously a very strong field around that. But the two elite players, with every game, they'll be pressing for a win, I think. You know,
well, here, you know, Alireza's got white. I mean,
yeah, I mean, for sure in this one, for sure in this one, whenever they've got white, but with black as well, I think that in general they will be trying to take more risks than maybe they normally would do in a very elite field.
Yeah, I mean, not even take risks, but just press, just try to maximize each position. You know,
it's like keeping tension in the games is a bit of a skill, and
I mean, like Nodirbek's game yesterday is a good example of that. Just play, and then you know,
just slowly but surely turn the screw
and see if something happens. Okay, castles now. What do you play as black here, Steve? What about the f5 square? It's a bit...
the f5 square is a bit tender. I would be looking to castle queenside. It actually reminds me of...
one of your games?
No, but something that I've looked at in kind of Rogozin-style openings where you're just going after the two bishops and you actually take a bit of time. Rogozin is an opening where the bishop comes out to b4, but there are some lines where you try and bag the two bishops, and when a3 is played, you'll retreat that bishop back, and in certain lines, retreating it all the way back to f8 once you've committed to g5 can be the optimal move. So it's a bit of a variant on that. The minor piece placement for black is slightly different than it would be in those lines, but yeah, another interesting fight there. I think that black will try and go solid with castling queenside. Certainly does feel a little bit dangerous to be trying to put the king behind those pawns, especially with g5.
And white might play moves like f4. I mean, you know, f2, f4. It's try to rip opens at the f4.
It's already a hook that's inviting these pawn pushes at some point. So, yeah, it's nice. I don't know who I'd prefer in this position. I'd probably be a little bit more comfortable playing white.
Yeah.
But not much in it, really.
And clock times, can we see the clock times?
Yeah, so Pavel's on...
He's quite a bit down, I mean...
Yeah, he's 15 minutes down now, and obviously putting in a bit of time on this move as well. Okay, it's early days. How's your clock handling?
Awful. I don't know, I can't... I've had a couple of... We should say that we're both playing in the Open tournament, Steve. We've got buys today and tomorrow afternoon because we're doing this.
A bit of a cop-out for us, so we're getting a bit of rest.
I've had 3 draws so far.
3 draws.
I've had 2 very good positions. One was actually just winning.
Okay.
Yesterday was a good position, and anyway, 3 draws.
Yeah.
But, you know, we're playing myself into it.
Yeah, but you're in good form, Stu, and I think I
don't know if I am here, but...
We do need to, at some point, debrief what went on at the British Championship this year.
We'll come to that.
Amazing performance.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you playing much chess yourself? Yeah, of course, you played at the British.
Yeah, played in the British. Played here. These are my only 2.
You're playing at Hastings, and we'll come to that later as well.
Yeah. Playing in Hastings. So I'm trying to play a few this time around. I've been in Bali for sort of just over a year.
We can talk about that as well.
Yeah. Managed to play a few tournaments in Asia whilst I was there. Very good tournament in Singapore running alongside the World Championship match. Very strong open, similar field to what we've got here in the FIDE Open. That was in November last year.
Okay.
Played in Hong Kong and also played in Bangkok in April this year.
So you're playing a lot. You play quite a lot.
Well, those are the only ones. That's it. That's all I've got for you. It's a lot less than I used to, but yeah, I managed to find time to play a few open tournaments. So it's really nice. Yeah, still feel super rusty. And the reason that I asked you about the clock handling is, I guess like we can sort of have a mini complaint about it because I'm also feeling terrible about the way that I'm doing things with that. Yeah.
But you had a quick draw yesterday. I saw.
I had a quick draw. Yeah, let's not delve too much into that. Yeah.
Now, what about Mickey's game? Sorry, Steve. I was just saying Mickey's game here. It could be something. Sure. Just a quick look while we're chatting.
Yeah.
This is Mickey White against the tournament leader.
Wow. Right. Okay.
Abdusattorov. Or is it just exchanges?
Oh yeah, it's. When I
on?
first saw that, I was going, is that really the position? So we'll maybe go back a few moves to see how we got to that.
We saw it here, right? After sort of round about here, yeah. He didn't play a6.
Didn't play a6. Knight g6.
Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting, huh?
So he takes on, I guess he does this so he can get the bishop d6 exchange in, like force it.
But it looks fine for black, huh?
Does kind of look harmless. I wonder if Mickey's justification for this is that he's wondering if he can try and argue that the light square bishop might not operate so well in this.
I mean, black could also play bishop takes d6, couldn't he? He's got a couple of options.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he can't because of the b. Or can he?
Well, maybe he's thinking about
because bishop takes b7 doesn't work, does it? The bishop gets trapped. Or doesn't it? No, bishop takes b7.
You want to go on b7?
Yeah, just win a pawn, right?
Yeah.
Oh, and then the b2 drops. What do you think? What do you think about that?
It kind of depends on how much activity you think that black's going to get from this. I mean, rook b8 feels natural, right?
Well, yeah.
I'm going to suggest something else, though, in a moment.
All right. Bishop takes d5.
Yeah.
You're going to sack the exchange.
And then,
yeah, what about bishop b3?
Try and trap this guy. Maybe it's difficult to trap him.
Good move.
I kind of like the compensation for black. The bishop's a pointing in the direction. It's kind of got...
knight a3 here, maybe?
Yeah,
the game goes on. Yeah, it's a new. We should say that we're not using engines here. We have a little agreement.
We're not using engines, yeah. I had a couple of absolute mares on the first day without the engine, suggesting some moves that could lose the game immediately, so try not to...
you were going to suggest something else instead of...
just a thought. Might be absolutely crazy. And again, I'm a little bit scared about what ran through my mind. But playing knight f4 in this
Really?
position,
Goodness me.
I mean, that's very much all in, isn't it? I mean, you can only kind of do this if you're really confident in the attacking prospects that that black has from here. But
even thinking of it is incredible, you know? I mean, yeah. Okay.
Not sure if it's a good or a bad thing that this crossed my mind.
Exchange and a pawn. Okay. Yeah.
It's a lot, isn't it? It's probably too much. I'd even think about playing this move with white to just try and force things and get the queen into a position where it can parry threats. Looks too much. Much more sensible. Does look like he's trying to sacrifice the pawn in this
You see that actually Nodirbek is thinking about his move.
He's thinking a lot about it. Yeah, well,
so
I guess
maybe he's looking at these lines, you know?
It's got to be on his mind for sure.
Otherwise, if bishop takes these, So if bishop takes d6, if white just takes on d5 immediately, is the compensation? Could be, no? What do you think?
Looks quite decent to me.
The great knights on f4, isn't it?
Kind of.
And the bishop.
How the black pieces are situated reminds me of this kind of martial attack style. Bit different in the way that white's set up, still with the knight sat on
This could be
F3.
dangerous for white, I think.
Does look quite dangerous.
Yeah.
But then we're saying this is dangerous. Let's just go back the other way. How do you feel about 2 pawns having gone off the board?
Okay, nice.
And then you've really accelerated potential planning to get a rook lift in as well.
And if bishop b3, you just play chess, yeah? You play bishop g4 or something?
Yeah, maybe this bishop comes out.
Yeah. I bet you he's thinking about this kind of stuff, isn't he? Yeah, I bet he's thinking about it. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Bishop takes. I mean, Mickey can take on d7. He can play safe, right? He can just trade on d7.
Yeah.
But then black's fine.
This is. I mean, you can't really ask for more than this with the black pieces.
I agree. Yeah.
I mean, this one where you're left with the dark square bishop feels quite a bit better than a situation like this one.
I mean, here white can clear an edge, right?
Yeah, maybe it's something. If black plays with c4, this bishop looks bad where it is, but it lends itself to maybe rerouting to an active diagonal this way.
Yeah.
But black needs to take a bit of time out to get some coordination.
Very interesting that he's thinking about his move here, you see?
Yeah,
he hasn't just replied instantly. He hasn't just recaptured on c6, let's say.
I mean, if anybody's going to go for the complications, it's this guy, right?
I mean, even b takes c6 is not ridiculous, you know? I mean, it looks the least likely, let's say. The least likely move. Why would you do that, you know? I don't think he'd do this. But he may surprise me. Bishop takes d6.
I do think, given what we looked at and then just how it feels, bishop takes d6 is...
What's he done? Which one has he done? Solid or not? What's he played? He's done it.
He's done it.
He's done it.
Wow.
Hey, Steve. Look at that, man.
I think that was all you, wasn't it? Yeah.
Look at that. Goodness me.
Yeah.
Okay, game on.
Nice.
Now, what you do is white.
Yeah, I mean, that's a decision that really raises stakes in this one, isn't it?
Exactly. And we said about the 2750s here, him and Alireza playing to maximize against the, I say weaker players. I mean, against you know.
Obviously, still super strong, but when you 2760 or whatever these guys are, it's...
you know, so he's really...
Yeah, really got
And now Mickey can take on d7. He's slightly worse, probably. He takes on d7, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's not a nice position.
Yeah.
That's white.
These pieces are on great squares for this kind of pawn structure. To limit the knight from where it is, white might end up having to play g3 at some point, but then further weaknesses are introduced into the position, so...
Maybe d4 is playable here for white. You know, just...
Yeah.
But like I said, what more can you ask for as black?
Yeah, exactly. It's like black's got very pleasant choice of keep getting the pieces out or choose the kind of structure that you want in the center. It's absolutely no problems.
Or does Mickey take a pawn or two?
I think he's going to take a pawn because this is kind of a bit of a depressing situation to be in with white. But maybe he's going to have a bit of a think now if, you know, if this came unexpectedly, that he'd be offered the material, then, he might be going into the tank on this move because...
And it's also, do you take on b7 as well, or do you just take on d5?
Take on b7, yeah. I'd be really scared about taking on b7. And probably for the reason of not going after this b2 pawn,
just nice
but going for the activity.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, this could be an amazing game, huh?
Yeah.
Already, it's got all the elements.
Yeah.
Okay, what else is going on, Stevie, in the other games? We'll definitely come back to this.
Yeah, where do you want to go?
Well, just scroll
around.
We
go in order.
They're all
back at Nicholas Theodoru.
Okay, not much has happened here, has it, to be honest? White's put his queen on e2. Bishop's come to b4. Okay. Not much has happened. White's played e3, queen e2. Yeah.
I guess that white is... White's kind of gone conservative with e3, queen e2 as the way of preparing for e4.
He's connected his rooks.
Connected his rooks. That's always a good sign, isn't it?
Very important.
Yeah.
And also, he said, is Black going to have to? I mean, Black's presumably going to castle kingside, right? After this a4, a5, he can hardly castle the other side. But then White can launch something, I imagine, no?
Yeah. With these positions with Black, I'm always struggling to determine whether allowing this expansion with e4 and then possibly e5, whether that is something that you can get away with. I mean, it seems quite clear to me now that
he's going to go e4.
He's going to go e4. I mean, the other way that he could try and play this position is maybe vacating these 2 pieces from the f file and advancing the f pawn forward. Guess that would come with something like this. But it feels a little bit more natural to go with e4 now that you spent the time on e3 and queen.
Do you think Black will play queen e7 followed by e5?
Yeah, so we may get something like this.
Or not play e5, I don't know.
Yeah. Do kind of...
Because the knight's going to come to f5, isn't it?
Yeah, I slightly prefer White in this situation. I feel as though the way the pieces are situated is slightly favourable.
Yeah.
Yeah, Stu's just mentioned that knight coming to h4, f5 is a possibility there for sure. Yeah.
I haven't really seen positions with the bishop on f4, as I said before, in this setup. It's quite nice,
strange, isn't it? It can be on c1 or b2, but
yeah, that's right.
Makes it a bit unique that it's gone to f4.
Okay. We'll see what he does.
So that's where we are there.
Right.
Move to...
Sam against Mishra, what happens?
Yeah.
Probably still in Sam's preparation.
Yeah, it looks like preparation. I mean, he's on 1 hour 26 and... Not sure how many moves they're in, but this must have been on his computer screen at some point, whether it was today or some time ago. Definitely will have seen this. Yeah, Mishra is nearly 30 minutes down on the clock.
Yeah, it's
having another thing.
Well, he needs to get this c5. He needs to play b4 and c5, doesn't he? Or otherwise, he's just worse, long-term worse, I guess.
Yeah. And as well, I guess part of the thinking for him is, can he allow White to go forward with e5 at some point? It does feel like it could get very dangerous for Black allowing this, especially if he's got to kind of bail out and exchange the knights on these squares, and White has a better bishop and a better pawn structure, and those 2 things probably offer something tangible. So the question is, can you activate in this way before White's able to advance?
And maybe after a takes b4, you could play sort of unconventionally with queen takes, maybe.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Because it prevents e5 for a move. b2's in the air, and then try to play c5 next.
How bad is it to take the pawn? This looks decent, by the way.
It doesn't look too bad, does it?
Yeah. How bad is it to go
here?
here?
Maybe fine. Yeah, knight a4, and you want to play c5, of course, yeah.
You want to try and get it in.
But maybe knight b6 to c4, his idea.
Yeah.
Maybe knight b6 here. With or without e5, I don't know. There's some,
and it's possible that in this situation where e5 activates the black pieces somewhat, White might just at some point play a consolidating move to hold the structure in place.
f3, and the bishop might come to a2 even,
Yeah. So although
b6 is quite,
getting c5 in might not necessarily mean that it's just no problems.
But maybe queen takes b4.
I like queen takes b4.
But Steve, after b4, maybe White should play knight a4 and just let black take on a3.
Leave it,
and get the knight to c5.
Very nice, yeah. And this is
that's right,
positional pawn sacrifice.
Do you like it?
Yeah. Really like it. Yeah.
Yeah, this is awful for black, isn't it? It looks really... Don't like this.
You'd love to be able to take that c6 pawn off the board,
of course,
so that coordination's still there.
A dream for White.
Yeah,
dream position.
that
absolute dream.
That bishop is a dead piece, and
terrible.
It's lovely for white. That's probably why he's in the tank here.
Because if b4, knight a4. Yeah.
But what else? Maybe you can try and reroute the knight. Don't love it, but it's an option.
Yep. And it may be what he does, yeah? Looks okay.
Yeah.
Looks okay.
Slightly prefer white in this one.
Okay. Let's see what happens. Good. All right. Mickey hasn't moved yet, I can tell you. He's still thinking about that position after bishop takes d6. Right. We could check out Luke against Gawain, maybe?
Yeah, back to Luke against Gawain. Somehow I guessed it right about this h-pawn push. It's decided that after knight f1, h5 kind of encouraged h3.
Knight f1, not knight c4. Okay.
Yeah, because it gives black this option. On the face of it, doesn't look amazing.
That's what they did.
Yeah, this is how it's gone.
That's what you predicted there.
Well,
h4.
For him to do h5 in that move order, it just felt as though he needed a concrete reason for doing so. So I think this is it. There's a bit of a bind on the king side now. The g3 square not available for the white knight that's kind of rooted its way that way.
And if bishop g5, you just play, I don't know, castles, queen e6.
Yeah, so it's worth noting that h4 isn't threatened at the moment because we'll get this capture and the bishop's going to be on. I'm guessing that castling queen side, or whether you take time out to release the knight by moving the queen, it's a possibility too.
That's a nice sharp game, isn't it, this one?
Yeah, probably going to turn sharp because there's every chance that Gawain's other kingside pawns start getting involved at some moment.
Sure. Yeah. Okay, great.
Yeah, I'm guessing Luke may be looking to bring this knight to an active post at some point. I guess it's like Luke said about, kind of enjoying playing these positions with white because of the dynamism. There's a few different ways that you could go from here. Bishop e3, bishop g5.
But, if you play knight c3 here, then black could play g6, right? He doesn't have to allow knight
doesn't have to allow it, and then this piece is a little bit in the way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
And this is an annoying pin. Once the knight's kind of left the d2 or h2 squares, then getting out of the pin is very difficult.
And clock times, please, Stevie, on this one?
Times.
Very similar, yeah? They're similar.
Yeah, Luke's on 1 hour 10, Gawain thinking, and he's on 1 hour 3. So, yeah. Normal clock times in this one. But clock times do suggest that they're probably out of the prep.
Sorry, Luke's played knight to h2.
Knight h2, yeah, makes sense. Maybe the queen gets into the game via d2 at some point. Would you go for that? Queen d2 to c3?
All right, wow.
Or queen d2, pawn b4, bishop b2?
I still like bishop g5 for white.
Right, okay. Yeah.
I know you're going to play queen e6, knight h7 at some point, maybe.
Yeah.
It's a nice game. I can't.
Yeah.
I don't know. Would I rather be white or black? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I've also got no idea. I prefer to be in this position. Yeah. Okay.
I think we'll see a3 and b4 also from Luke, and start to get moving on the queen side. Maybe Gawain will wait and he eventually play king f8 rather than the castles. Maybe he can play the waiting game with his king.
Why does he wait? So I guess the question is, how dangerous is it to face a bit of a pawn storm if the black king goes queenside?
Yeah.
When you've got those doubled c pawns and the way that they're arranged, it does kind of look like white does need to take a bit of time in order to get a pawn to b5 breakthrough.
Get some real threats, yeah.
Because these pawns having come forward, this is the hook square on b5. But actually being able to open that side of the board in a nice way, it's probably going to take some time. It's
a bit like that line of the Petrov where they go, is it 5 knight c3 and take with the d pawn and castle queen side. It's very hard to get to white's king.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see. Okay.
I kind of like black. But
Position, yeah.
I kind of like black in this one. But also... Okay.
I don't know.
Nice.
It's okay. I don't know. Yeah.
Well, this knight h2 move very much lends itself to your idea with bishop g5.
You know, white could play bishop d2, queen c1 as well. You know, keep an eye on g5.
But this pawn might just be being targeted now.
Later on, we might take that pawn. But,
Yeah.
you know.
I mean, if bishop g5 does come next, then with the knight having connected up with the other one, you might be able to capture on h4.
Maybe Gawain should consider a move like knight d7 or knight
Yeah,
h7.
just get out of the pin straight away.
Sort of f6 and g5. You know, I don't
I
know.
like this move a lot.
Yeah.
But then begs the question, how much compensation?
Well, hang on. Bishop
are you
g5, we
getting?
can just trade, right? We can just trade, yeah. I'm not saying...
You wanna take
Well, I'm
the-
not saying
Right.
we have to, but we could. We could.
Okay.
Something's happened, I think.
How do you feel about this? If something's happened, maybe we should go back and not,
Let's see what's
not
happened.
too far down the
No,
rabbit
I wouldn't
hole.
take
but
that for white.
You wouldn't. You wouldn't.
No, I don't think so.
Well, then f6 is
Then
probably
f6
a
is good.
decent move.
Yeah. Maybe he played knight e7, did he?
Knight h7.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Cleaner. You then don't have to think about
All right.
bishop g5 for a move. So. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of like black, I think, in that. I kind of like black because it feels a bit more clear what the play's going to be. It's not so lazy way of thinking,
No,
but
well.
just it's the way he set the pieces out. It's like kind of obvious what the plan is.
The plan is
And now-
g5, right?
Yeah, and now the
G5.
task is getting the move order right to inflict it under good circumstances. So yeah, I think I'd take black in this one.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Nice game. We've got several
Yeah, so we got
very
Firouzja
entertaining
and
games
Eljanov.
here.
Yeah.
Mickey still hasn't moved, by the way,
Okay.
it seems to me, in that position.
Yeah.
Who have we missed out so far? We missed out
I just pulled up.
Yeah,
Alireza.
Alireza, yeah.
This is
Okay.
the one that we've
against Pavel.
looked at last.
Both
Yeah.
players castled queenside. Knight to a4 last move.
Yeah.
Here, I think I prefer white here, Steve.
I probably prefer white slightly. Yeah. It's a position where it's kind of difficult to point at the two bishops and say that that's an advantage because of the lock center. And also having committed the G pawn means that there's always going to be some weak squares.
You'd like that pawn on g6, wouldn't you?
You'd love that pawn on g6. If the pawn was on g6, I'd probably say,
black.
yeah,
With a bishop pair.
Seriously, yeah,
With a bishop pair. Yeah. But to get the bishop pair, you had to play g5.
Exactly, yeah. You kind of had to make that concession. And now, generally, the side with the knights in a two bishop situation, if they've got outposts or at least nice central squares that they can sit on, you're not worrying too much. And I think both knights are on good routes to decent squares in the middle.
That's right.
c5 and f5. I think I'd slightly prefer white, but black's position's very solid. There's only one thing you can point at that you don't like there, and that's his g5 pawn.
Which is, sure. Okay, what kind of moves as black there? You play a bit of Queen's Gambits, don't you, Steve? Stevie, you used to.
Try to.
Yeah, what kind of moves how would you meet this knight a4 move, do you think?
I'm not sure the knight on f6 does a great deal. And generally, you'd like to jump into e4 at some point in a lot of Queen's Gambit structures, but there's already a bishop on e6, which means that e-file support's going to take a long time to arrange. And it just doesn't feel as though this knight is on good routes forward from that square, so not sure if it's passive or not, but I would be thinking about whether going this way or even back to d6 at some point. Sorry about all those arrows. You got to tell me if this is not the way to be doing things. Try and get rid of these now. Wow. Made a right mess.
And when the knight comes to c5, is black going to take it, or is black going to live with that knight?
It's a difficult question. What do you think of a situation like that?
Pawn 6, yeah, I like it, yeah.
And you kind of
come round.
looking for a setup like this one. And if you get that set up, then there's like serious possibilities for a kingside attack.
Kingside or queenside?
Oh, sorry, queenside. Yeah. You can play on that side of the board.
Sure,
yeah.
sure.
But also just positionally desirable if you get the knight onto this d4 square. I think if black were to do this, then want something in return to maybe activate the bishop.
This is just better for white, isn't it? Okay,
I think so, yeah. I think that white can be pretty happy with a transformation like that.
Also, trade in queen c3, there's problems there for black, I think.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe.
Yeah, something
might be
concrete.
Problems. A knight e2 coming.
Yeah.
A little skewer.
Wow, very nice, yeah.
Yeah, don't know. Anyway, we see Pavel there thinking, and he's 52 minutes against, fair difference, 117 or something, which indicates also that black's suffering.
It does, yeah. I mean, that is now a pretty sizable time edge. And it's a tense position. It's not easy to play moves quickly. So those minutes are probably going to count at some point.
Michael Adams still thinking he's now...
Should we go back to that one? I think that's a super interesting
I'm really pleased that he played bishop takes d6, you know?
Yeah.
It's not easy for Mickey, because he knows he's a bit worse if he takes on d7.
I can't imagine Mickey's happy.
No.
Probably kicking himself that he's allowed this option for black.
Maybe he could have avoided it, yeah.
And just for those who joined, we looked at this a few minutes ago, considering
and
this
also,
position.
as you say, Stevie, here, knight f4, maybe we don't take on b2.
Well, this is it, yeah. You might be able to get one of the pawns back, but you might be able to accelerate, just ideas of attacking in this way.
This is super dangerous for white, isn't it? Yeah. Queen f6, bishop c6 when the bishop comes back.
As well, this bishop it feels a bit awkward on e4.
Yeah.
Not even sure if it can go there. Yeah, it probably just gets met with f5. And then if it sits on the outpost, that's giving some freedom to land, black to land on this diagonal as well.
Maybe now rook takes b2, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a load of dangerous looking options for black.
Or we just take on d5. Maybe that's like a middle path. Take on d5, yeah.
Yeah.
Knight
more
f4.
a solid way of doing things.
Well, then
bishop
bishop
b3.
b3.
Yeah.
But here, you know.
You are threatening to take this pawn. So
Mickey plays the march. He used to play. He understands very well that this is massive compensation.
Yeah. I think that he's going to accept that it's not.
It's gone wrong.
Success.
It's gone wrong.
Yeah.
It's gone. Just take us through the moves that led to this position. Just a 2 or 3 moves back, please, Stevie. Just here. E takes d5 was a surprise, you know, and bishop d6.
Yeah, Mickey initiated this as well. He initiated this.
Why not play bishop g3 though, you know?
Yeah.
I mean,
is he worried about whether h5's coming on that move, or if black just takes a little bit of time out? There's also a chance for black to change the dynamic in the center with the d4.
He's taken on d7.
Oh, he's taken on d7, yeah.
Well, that's an admission that it's gone wrong, huh? Just bishop g3. I don't think he didn't need to trade on d5, did he?
The position looks pretty healthy for white. I think black is absolutely fine in something like this as well, but at least this way keeps a little bit more tension. Probably what we've got on the board.
I mean, he must have taken on d5 going into the game line, not anticipating bishop takes d6, you know?
Yeah. So here I guess
he's only looked at
this.
bishop takes d6, yeah.
Yeah.
And he's been caught out a little bit.
Yeah, so what did we get? This, and now?
Well, black's a bit better.
Black is a bit better, yeah. If d4, are there some immediate attacking chances going on in this position?
Knight f4, yeah.
Yeah, you get these kind of isolated pawn structures. I'm mentioning isolated pawn because in a lot of circumstances, these two highlighted are going to potentially remove from the board.
He's got queen g4 coming.
Yeah, this
knight h3, bishop c6.
Yeah, with this structure, getting a knight to f4, or conversely the other way around to the f5 square, it can give some fairly serious attacking chances. And he might need to take some time out here to prevent the queen g4 move.
Well, knight e5, maybe also development. I mean, black is ahead in development. His rooks are connected. He's going to take the e-file. White's knight on b1 still.
Yeah. So then here,
sure,
may even be able to take this. And I think that, well, if the pawn takes, I kind of prefer black in this one as well. Probably can't motor him with the d pawn. So,
and you could also play queen f5, I think, instead of bishop takes e5, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I don't know.
Kind of easy play for black, and with options. Yeah.
I don't know. Okay.
So, position on the board.
Has he moved yet? No.
He's not moved. So, yeah, Mickey having a think here. The good news is that he's not got too much of a time disadvantage. It's just 10 minutes in it. Mickey down to 55 minutes.
Okay, should we skip to another game?
Yeah.
It's nice to keep scrolling, going around.
Sure, yeah. So we're back round to Theodoru Vitiugov.
He has castles. Hey, he hasn't played e4. He played your move, bishop g3.
Right.
He didn't rush to play e4. Black has castles. And queen e7, sorry.
This one's tough, isn't it, to just come up with what the plan is.
All the pawns and pieces on the board.
Yeah.
Maybe you're right. This kind of f4 plan is something he's considering.
Yeah.
Move the knight.
You played the Dutch, right?
The Dutch?
Yeah. It's one of your main ones, isn't it?
What you mean with f4 to get...
Well, I'm just thinking you might be quite attracted to the white position if you get the pawn to f4.
I played this setup with e3 with the bishop on the queen side fianchettoed on b2, you know?
Yeah. How far, it is white's move.
White move, knight h4 and then f4.
If he is going to do it, this feels very natural. I guess the plan for white is then you really, I mean, the overall plan is you're trying to say to black in a structure like this, I want to keep this bishop bad for a long time, and I'm going to try and do so by keeping the diagonal that it's on.
I think the plan is just to steamroll the king side, you know?
Yeah. But the bishop on h7 is, if it can get active on the diagonal it's on, or at some point on this diagonal after some pawn exchanges in the center, which admittedly here looks a long way off. If it can activate, then black's normally totally fine. And if not, then it's just a misplaced piece in the structure.
But this is very unusual, yeah? This kind of structure. White's got a lot of space with f4 and... What should black play, in fact? Bishop d6? Are you worried about f5? Or g5? What about g5 and g6? There's all kind of stuff happening here.
Yeah.
It's promising for white, huh?
Okay, let me try something. Go here. So I'm gonna let you bury the bishop. If you go for it, and maybe I'm pushing again to try and...
You must prefer white here, Stevie, come on.
Do I? Do I definitely prefer white? I don't know, because
you want to play d6?
This is awful to look at, but I'm also looking at this knight and thinking that's awful. And then if I'm able to keep this pawn locked on the e4 square, I'm happy. Basically, I'm happy about having limited the activity of quite a few of white's minor pieces with this pawn. Appreciate this is super double-edged, but I'm not sure that I hate it for black.
Yeah, I can see I was a bit hasty maybe. But still,
if you go in for something like this with black, you kind of have to accept that one of your pieces is going to be buried for a very long time.
Do you know, after knight h4, is there any way we could leave the bishop on g6 and play e5 immediately and just let you take it? Or is that ridiculous? To play e5? Is it ridiculous?
Not at all. I quite like that.
There was a game, wasn't it? Wasn't it Nicholas the same against Gawain with f takes g3?
Yeah, so could be getting the treatment himself in this one.
This doesn't look too bad for black, huh?
This looks okay. Yeah, I mean, if you can break down this pawn wall here, then you're kind of looking at the whole of black's position and feels like there's too many light squared weaknesses. If you can hold this together, then maybe you can justify doubling the pawns up in the way that we're speculating about.
Knight h4, maybe I would go e5, yeah? If you don't have to take on g6, but at least I've stopped f4.
Yeah.
That's the point. I'm stopping f4, you know? Should you go knight f5? I don't know. Well,
I think, I mean, this is the thing as well. Another thing that kind of justifying the position for black is that a typical way to chip away at the center would be to play this one. But then white's queenside looks very ugly. Wonder if you go for it anyway. But yeah, something just feels slightly off about having moved the pawn to a4 and the pawn to c4.
But very creative opening play from white.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
you know?
Yeah.
I can imagine someone like Ben Larson playing like this in the 1960s or 70s, you know?
Okay.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. Yeah. So where are we up to live? He's played knight h4.
He's played knight h4. And black is thinking, this is interesting, and this is Nikita's black. I would be looking at going e5 here, Stephen, just to prevent f4, you know? I don't know.
It feels a lot safer than what I suggested as an alternative. And this is.
And the thing is, in such a non-standard position, you need to think also outside the box, don't you? As black here, with both sides, you know. Normally, of course, you play bishop h7 without thinking. You just create the bishop. But here, because of the way the pieces are on this f4 idea, maybe it's a good argument for playing e5.
e3 queen e2's really lent itself to.
And this bishop on g3 would normally not be there, you know.
Yeah, I like it. I like e5. I like e5, and I feel like.
But should white take on g6, or should he do something else?
I think once you've committed the knight, then it's time to go for it. But, well, what else? I guess that's the question. What else? I guess you could try playing with e4 and landing the knight on f5.
On f5, okay.
I also feel like black's quite well set up for that eventuality with how he's placed the pieces. So.
And Nikita's thinking here.
Yeah. I do wonder if he will go for this. I mean,
and c4, yeah.
It looks a bit ugly, a4 and c4, but then the question is, how does black?
You could also play c3, bishop moves, and then c4.
Yeah.
Is that not
maybe
slightly more better, yeah?
Bit of a classier way of going about things, isn't it? Yeah.
Fascinating, actually. This.
Yeah, and then does black go for d4 at some point in something like this? Feels horrible to give up this square, but then the justification is that these squares are also nice posts for the pieces.
It's not a kind of Nikita position, is it, as well? It's sort of...
Maybe not, but I also think that black is okay here. I think I'd be quite comfortable handling black in this type of thing.
Let's see. Let's see. So we think after knight h4, black should play e5.
But yeah, I like your suggestion of e5 for sure. Yeah, yeah. Well, okay. Humor me one more time. We'll try and take everything. We'll try and keep the bishop and get e5.
Wow.
How bad is this?
What about g5 here? We didn't look at g5, did we?
It's pretty awkward, isn't it? I guess you take, and then after this, more or less obliged to go back.
But then, no, I don't know.
White's coming with the queen.
Well, there's a knight on d2, huh?
Ah, yeah. So.
Yeah, and c2, but now queen takes g5. Maybe queen takes g5, now hits the bishop.
There's also,
it's complex, huh? I don't know.
Yeah, it would be very nice if you could release a queen, but just doesn't work out.
So has he moved? Or is he just thinking, Nikita, there?
He's gone bishop h7.
He has?
Wow, he's gone bishop h7.
Wow.
I think that both players have got to weigh up this scenario.
I think I would have played e5 and left that bishop there, you know?
Right, yeah.
And, you know, just...
Do you kind of fancy this for black, though? I do fancy it. You're not keen on that bishop on h7?
I don't know. It's like rewriting the laws of chess almost, you know, like... Yeah.
It's easy to say, isn't it? When it's somebody else's game, I can paint a good picture. I can play g5.
Oh, yeah.
In this position.
That could be a move, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to, at some point, release the bishop somewhat in that it could force white to exchange the f-pawns. I don't know. Yeah, it's easy to say when it's somebody else's game, but
F4, E5.
I do find this one quite attractive for black.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe white should play d4 here and just take some central squares.
You go d4 and then...
But you're gonna
do you just get this move in ASAP?
Or bishop d6. Yeah.
Could go bishop d6.
No idea, yeah. Because the knight on h4 could actually be misplaced, couldn't it?
Yeah. I mean, in a scenario where, say we get something like this, I think that I'd be very happy with the white position if that knight was on a more sensible square. But as things stand, I think that these two are kind of cancelling each other out.
Yeah.
Oh,
and black's, yeah. Oh no, it's okay for black.
Yeah.
Very interesting. All right. How about, should we look at one or two others? How's Gawain doing against Luke?
So we've got knight h4.
Let's have a look at the all-English clash.
We left it with knight h7 to prevent this bishop g5 move. And, I mean, Luke's play is very sensible, right? It exchanges off the two bishop advantage. Gawain does now castle.
Yep. It looks pleasant for black, doesn't it?
It looks... Yeah, looks very nice for black. I mean, castling on opposite wings, you'd like to think that if there's a bit of a race with pawn storms...
No, now black is ahead,
that you're in it, but black must be ahead.
And it's Luke's move, is it now?
Yeah, white's a move. I think this is the game position, and Luke is having a think. Time
similar
situation is they're both on 54 minutes and 56 minutes, so
they must have played a lot of games over the years, these two together.
For sure. A lot of London classics. I think the two players who've played each other the most in the tournament are Luke and Mickey.
Okay.
I did have a quick look on the database before round one. I think it's over 50 games.
I was going to guess 30, but you're 50,
right,
yeah?
So some are faster time controls as well. And not a lot of draws.
No.
A lot of decisive results in those games.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what we like to see. We could get 5 decisive games today.
Yeah.
Or 4 or 5, anyway. Let's see. Castle. Okay, let's think of a move for white.
So
what's white going to play
how do you conduct this pawn storm with black?
Wow.
Do you just get hold of the g-pawn straight away, or do you feel as though you need to be a bit more sophisticated about when it jumps 2 squares forward? I mean, the thing about going 2 squares forward is, I mean, let's give white a move somewhere.
Maybe white should unpin with queen e1 or something.
Queen e1. This. Would you be adverse to going in with the knight?
Yeah,
and the idea would be,
wait to move. Yeah.
If you're not going to take it, then maybe I'll try and shore up the position like that.
There. That's right, yeah.
I mean, although the knights are kind of sitting on a fairly pretty route, it still feels kind of passive. And if white does go for something like this, where the minor pieces just try and lock down the king side, black might turn the attention to the queen side. There is a bit of a pawn lever to open up the position on that side of the board as well. I mean, that's a really long way off.
But like you say, like those pawns are sort of, if white were to start pushing on the queen side, those pawns are quite like a line of defense.
Yeah.
Maybe c5. You could play c5. Yeah.
The counterplay with these pawns.
It's very slow.
I just think it's probably going to be non-existent. If he conjures up something with those pawns in this game, I'll be absolutely shocked.
So what's the current position? Sorry, he's played...
So he's thinking in this position.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I think I'd go queen e1.
Queen e1's pretty natural, yeah.
Even... It also supports b4, doesn't it? b4 and a4, if we're going to take that pass.
Yeah,
and it's not a bad square, e1.
Do you take time out to try and slow that down? I don't think you do.
Black could also play position. Black could play moves like knight f8 to g6, or knight f8 with f6, knight e6. Doesn't have to play g5.
And as far as which square would you love the knight to be on
f4,
here? Yeah, I mean, you want to...
A bit like Nodirbek's game, against Mickey.
Yeah, just teleport the guy to here, and it's really going to support some attacking ideas from there. There's also rook lifts that black can be thinking about.
Yeah.
So it could be that he goes with a plan with g5, or it could be that he just improves the knight to begin with.
Maybe knight f8, yeah. And if if queen a5 or b4 or something, then knight g6.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. Maybe we should go a couple of moves forward then. Knight f8. That's active.
I don't know if queen a5 is any good.
Try it as a first point of exploration, and then knight g6 covers e5. So black is a little tied down to the protection of this pawn. I said I'd be shocked if these pawns got involved, but actually in a scenario like this, it's not a million miles away from a bit of a break going through.
And the knight, it's okay. Well, this kind of
not so bad. This is not so bad. Yeah.
Okay. There's also Sam against Mishra. We haven't looked at for a while. I think it was a bit quieter that game.
So
maybe white has a positional.
Wow. So he was in the tank on this move.
We looked at b4 knight a4, didn't we?
Yeah, b4 knight a4 was very nice. We missed what he played.
What did he play? Amazing.
Yeah.
Knight e5, incredible.
And Sam goes queen g3.
Just show us what happens if pawn takes knight. Just show us.
Oh, okay, yeah. So
show the people
very quickly that would be a bit of a travesty.
Yeah.
It's checkmate on the board, background mate. I didn't even see it earlier. It wasn't not suggesting it because it was obviously bad. I just didn't even see it. The other question is, well, why didn't he take here and try and do something with this kind of position? And instinctively, when I see this, I want to make this kind of thing work for white. But maybe it's a case of you just take the rook here, and that's either going to end up with you being able to win this pawn,
or queen 6, maybe,
or get this one released. Yeah.
Active.
The scenario that white wants is, let's just do a nothing move for black, is to be able to, I don't know, let's say get a stable situation like this. Then I think you can justify this kind of takes an e5 for white.
Yeah.
You're not able to get this, and black.
So what happened after knight e5? He didn't take it.
He played queen back, so we're keeping the pawn structure the same, just with the knights being exchanged. And now, Mishra's into slightly passive mode, but also his position does look very safe.
So kind of...
I guess natural is to try and clamp down this c pawn.
But still, this is white's goal, isn't it, in this line,
Yeah.
Has he moved yet?
Is that the position on... Yeah, queen... queen e5 is the live position.
If queen takes a5, then queen 6, b2, right?
Yeah, okay. So we could take this pawn. This one drops. That feels like a nice exchange for black.
Agreed. Yeah.
This one could drop next, and
Agreed,
coordination for white doesn't look great. I think white is the way to win this game with white is if you can get to an ending, keep that c pawn locked on c6 as much as possible, and then just keep him expand a little bit on the king side, improve the pieces. At a certain point in time later down the line, it's gonna feel very shaky for black. So the long-term prospects are with white.
What about swapping queens to Stevie and playing f4?
You just
to try that rook
and go f4, and get it away from this.
Yeah, and then maybe bring the king and just start to, I don't know. Is there much?
Do you go in for this?
Yeah, I'd like to.
Just block, And then I guess black is asking for some activity.
Yeah, that's right. It may be okay for black. It may be okay. King f2, start to...
Maybe this move is to go to c5 to block it as a mistake, because you would like to be in a position to contest the D line, I think, if a black rook gets there. I'm tempted by this one.
I'm just a bit, not concerned, but black could trade and go rook a8 and come down the a file, rook a4. It's also... Of course, white's the only player who has sort of winning chances, but we'll see. More strategic.
It does feel as though it's absolutely safe for white, and probably you could consider this an opening success, because black's still got a bit of work to do to feel fully out of the woods.
Okay, we'll come back to that. What about Mickey's game? Should we have a quick look at Mickey again?
Yeah. So, we left it in this position after... if you've just joined us, Mickey had a very sort of long think in this position where it does look as though Nodirbek surprised him by capturing the d6 bishop rather than the one on c6. And we had a look into something like this and felt like this is a super dangerous scenario for white to take on, where temporarily 2 pawns up, but black's pieces are on, they just have an excellent coordination to start attacking on the king
something's
side.
happened as well. They've just moved, a move's been made as well.
Slightly quieter.
Knight a3.
Bailout. Okay. Yeah, Mickey went for knight a3 and then rook e8, knight c2, and now Nodirbek goes with queen b5, which is a bit of an awkward move to face.
Yep.
If he has to move the b pawn, then the dark square bishop's kind of very happy about the slight weakening of the dark square. So
knight f4 is coming. D2 is hanging.
I like this a lot because it
queen b5
messes with the coordination of white's position.
Mickey's got his work cut out here, I think, today.
And
maybe it's okay, but there's even bishop f4, queen d2, isn't there?
Yeah, I was going to suggest maybe this, because you could then answer rook takes with knight takes, and at least there's coverage on the b2 pawn, but you're going to... Oh, he's played b3.
Has he?
So, but
bishop f4.
Bishop f4 is just super awkward. Queen has to go back to where it came from, so... b3.
He's played b3, right.
I mean, just on general terms, you're not loving having to do this with the pawn structure, especially this...
You might be wanting to play c4, though.
Bishops. Might want to play c4, But then, potential for this dark square bishop to reign supreme at some point. Rerouting maybe around to f6 and maybe onto this square at some point. But
maybe, I don't know, queen a5, for example.
Yeah, just softening up the position a bit further.
Asking questions.
I mean, when you've got less space and you've got the knights, you kind of like to have some central posts for them. Mickey's knights feel very passively placed, especially the one on c2.
Maybe knight e3. You can play knight c3 here, can he? That's sort of counter attack on d5. Maybe this is his idea, Takes.
Yeah.
And hang on, just trying to hang on.
Yeah. I'd be loving this position with black, I think. I mean, don't know if that's too much, but I mean, black's got to be in the driver's seat here. And there's something very concrete actually after this. Knight takes, and then queen e5.
Oh well, I could stack the d pawn. Yeah,
you could give the d pawn for some activity.
All right. Well, I got some files. I got at least the knight's on a good square. We can say on d5.
It's on a good square, but then I don't know. Maybe this and
pawn up.
Pawn up, and it's consolidated position. So he's gone b3.
He's made a move. It looks like he's done something else.
He's played knight f4.
He didn't play.
He's played knight f4.
Queen a5.
Yeah.
Knight f4. Is he going to play c4? Does he have a choice?
This is bad news, you know. This does just look like bad news for black.
Yeah. For white.
Oh, yeah, sorry, for white.
Yeah, and you're coming around to g4 again. Yeah.
Just don't even recapture. Get this move in, and position starts to feel very shaky.
Yeah.
Are there any other options for white? I mean, how bad is this?
Well, knight e2 check.
There's knight e2, isn't there?
Yeah. And knight's coming to e4 as well.
Nightmare, I think it's already getting critical for Mickey.
Yeah. Is knight e3 a move here?
Yeah. And then this one.
Well,
black has to be careful about this, right?
Yeah, knight e3, maybe.
You can maybe take this and then here.
Sure.
Not an ideal scenario to just be allowing a release of the tension like this.
Yeah, so maybe knight e3. Maybe black doesn't hurry to take on d3. And if knight takes, I'm hoping I can play c4. That was my idea, yeah.
Knight takes c4.
Oh, but then takes queen d7. Is that possible?
Oh, lovely. Look at that. Beautiful.
Look at that.
So indirectly protects, because this would be... This would not be a good news story for white. Yeah.
Black holds all the cards, doesn't he, in this position?
Yeah.
Mickey's on the edge.
Very dangerous situation.
Yeah. Okay, the Samu's been played in Nikita's game against Theodoru. This one. What happened to his team?
Yeah, we left it.
He played bishop h7. We left it here, didn't we? Did he play f4?
He's not gone f4. He's gone king h1.
Wow.
And then something else unexpected. Yeah. Taking a very different path to what we were.
We were looking at f4 followed by e5, yeah?
Yeah.
King h1.
So the knight has to come back.
That's a brave move, g5 from Nikita.
I feel like it's probably, you can justify it with the time spent for white. The knight's moved twice, the king's moved to the corner.
Yeah.
I do feel like black is really quite okay here.
Here again, you see, Theodoru could do what he did against Gawain and leave that bishop on g3 and let him take and open the f-file.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to necessarily swap on d6.
Yeah. He's given us all a lesson there if he does leave it.
What else he could do, I don't know. It's knight h2 or something. It looks a bit strange, yeah?
How do you feel about a scenario like this?
Yeah, knight e4. I like it.
I mean, just crossing my mind, can white benefit from a structure like this? I would say that if the pawn's back on g7, then I wouldn't particularly fancy this for white.
But here you do.
I don't know. I don't know. I think I prefer it a bit more that the pawn's on g5, because at least then there is some weakness in that side of the position to try and take target at.
If after knight d4 black doesn't play e5, what should he do? Should he take on g3 or not, do you think? Would you take? No.
Wow.
Knight d4, would you take on g3 or not?
Yeah. I'd be reluctant to take on g3.
Yeah, me too.
The reason being now that although it looks like black has the better structure, actually advancing one of the central pawns is gonna give up an outpost to the white knight. Having said that, it's not clear what white should be doing with this situation. Like, how does white make a pawn break here as well? You look at both bishops, and in this structure, they're really bad, right? They're just staring at granite.
That's granite, yeah.
Yeah. I think it's just very difficult to judge, isn't it? I don't know.
I like your move, knight d4. I like knight d4.
Okay.
Yeah, I like knight d4.
But do you think white has something to work with here?
Well, there's rook f2. We bring the other rook across, but then what? Then what?
Maybe you can think about playing e4 at some point.
Chances for both sides, as they say.
Chances for both sides. That's the cop-out, isn't it? That's the cop-out. No, but it's true, isn't it? There's a lot of tension, and there's some, on each move, some piece exchanges are being offered, which could change the structure. Got to judge how favorable it is for both sides.
Because after knight d4, if black doesn't take, is white going to play f4? Is white, or swap and play f4? Is that back on the menu?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Yeah.
It's tough, huh? Because white could also swap on d6, play knight d4, and then engineer this f4.
And then play f4. Maybe that's the better.
Maybe he should. It's interesting, huh? And again, do you play e5 or not?
This time, yeah, I'm keen to do it.
It's not the same.
Now that the bishops have come off, I'm more keen on allowing this for black.
Right.
And I also feel, I'd feel encouraged that white is left with this bishop because we're just kind of biting at granite at the moment with this piece.
You might take black here?
I think I'd almost definitely take black, because I'd feel as though there's a piece on the board that you can target to just turn it into a bad piece.
Yeah, yeah.
You can make, like, whenever there are pawn breaks being offered, you can make decisions which keep that bishop limited. Almost certainly would take black in a scenario like this. I'd also be quite a bit less worried about having slightly weakened myself on the king side with g5 now that an extra piece has been exchanged off the board.
Yeah. Just show us again the difference. If white starts with knight d4, yeah, and black were to play e5 here, let's just talk about the difference. And now knight f5, takes. Let's compare those two with the bishops on the board.
Yeah. So, yeah, I find this one more difficult to judge, and maybe I'd still take black in this situation. But I also think that it makes it a lot clearer what it feels a lot freer, the black position, when the extra bishops have been exchanged off the board.
Yeah.
Whereas here, I could see this potentially being a bad piece in the long run.
Right.
I
mean, white might play e4.
White might play e4 and allow black to play d4.
Yeah.
And then, that's
moves like h4, rook g1.
And it is possible that the g3 bishop, I mean, it's a long shot, isn't it? It's still a long way off being an active piece, but that might have a future at some point when some pawn exchanges occur. So I find this one a lot more difficult to judge than with the bishop exchange in there.
Oh, Luke played queen a5. He played queen e1 to a5. How about
that? Should we jump to that one?
Let's just jump quickly. Look at that. He played queen d2 rather than queen e1, but still.
Can you imagine if these kingside pawns start coming and they arrive first? I've been giving it the big one about he's never going to do that. And, maybe it's going to happen.
Has he played knight g6?
He's not. I'm just putting a couple of moves on the board to
d4.
revisit what we were talking about earlier.
Who's better?
He can also
play f6 and
play
g5,
f6,
yeah.
and then the knight at least
Comes to e6. I think that's maybe what he'll do, yeah. I think he'd play that.
Is it the same?
Can white take on h4?
Ah,
How do you feel about that? Pawn sack.
g5 runs into this, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I'm actually not loving this for black to allow the pawn to go.
Knight e6, just play. Knight e6.
But what's the justification in giving the pawn?
What? It's just a pawn, Steve. It's just a.
Okay.
It's an open, queen somewhere, and then I don't know. I'll push you back a bit later.
Got to put.
I think the knight belongs on e6, not g6. That's what I think. I think the knight belongs on e6. If it means we have to sack the h pawn, then so be it. You know. That's my feeling at the moment.
Okay.
With this d4.
Are there any other options? Just only asking because I don't like giving the h pawn.
If you play c5 here, is white going to play b4? That's the point, is it? Yeah.
Maybe. And you could arrive at something.
Take on e5.
Kind of weird.
Take on e5. Yeah.
With which one?
I don't know. Knight.
Okay.
Yeah. Center pawn. Yeah. It's, no, sure.
This is pretty difficult to judge, right? Maybe this. Over the last few moves, I've started to like white a bit more.
Queen a5 was the key.
Queen a5 is on the board.
Yeah.
So you're feeling pretty strongly that the knight does belong.
Well, I
on
think
e6.
knight on g6 looks strong to me because then anyway you have to play f6, and then if you get the knight to f4, it doesn't really make.
Yeah.
It's not much of an attack there anymore.
I agree. So then, is there enough justification?
I mean, look, Stevie, black could take on f3 and then play f6 and save his h-pawn. You could play bishop takes f3, relinquish the bishop,
yeah.
and then play f6. But it's also a shame to sort of lose that bishop, you know?
I like this one the best.
This one you like best?
I like this one the best for sure. Yeah. Well, the other paths felt like whites keep improving, so I think I'd definitely go for this one.
Right, and then knight e6 next move.
Yeah. Having said that, I mean, there's still potential for these pawns to go forward.
You're coming round.
Yeah.
To it, so.
Yeah.
I'm sure black's okay in these kinds of positions because there's not much firepower left on the board, you know, when white does play b5.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel black's going to be okay, you know. Moves like queen c5, you can meet b5 with queen c5, for example.
Yeah.
So I don't think black needs to panic
here as well.
Yeah, black doesn't need
b5,
b6.
b6.
Oh, nice. Yeah, nice.
It's one resource. And after b6, if the queen's got to retreat, then
black's going to seal it up.
You can lock up the side.
That's right. Yeah.
Something like
nice trick, actually. Yeah.
Maybe
sure,
this.
of course. Yeah, black's.
And
so maybe he'll.
You win an ending after a very, very long
time. After 95 minutes.
Yeah.
So maybe bishop takes f3 is the way to go.
And then,
well, no,
were we over optimistic about? Or maybe it was just me.
What is this we? What is this we?
Sorry, yeah, I'm bringing you into my downfall. But I was very optimistic about black when we got to here, and then 2 moves later, I'm not loving the situation so much. So maybe it was just not a good
he's played
assessment.
something. What has he done? He's played a move, we think. Has he played knight g6?
He's played knight g6.
He has. There you are. We got that one wrong, huh? We got that one wrong. I got it wrong.
But you taught me into it as well. You sold it to me. So.
Clock times are more or less level-ish.
Yeah.
In this one.
But not many moves played in this one. It's a bit of a shame that on my screen I can't see how many moves have been played in the games. Have you got that information?
I could probably find out, yeah. Right. Anyway,
not a big deal.
Knight g6.
Yeah. Knight g6 and I don't know, the hand wants to reach for this pawn, yeah. Or whether it's the A pawn first, maybe it doesn't make too much of a difference.
Well, clearly Gawain's not too worried about this this pawn storm. He might have like a rook lift with knight f4 and then rook h6 and try and swing a rook over, you know?
Yeah, I mean, there's still potential rook lifts in the position.
Let's play knight f4. Oh, no, we can't, sorry.
Yeah, the pawn on e5 is still causing a bit of an issue. How is it too slow to go for this? Kind of feels slow now. You're not going to get the same trick that we looked at with b6 at some point to lock things up. Oh, I'm really sorry. Don't know what I've done there. Let's go back. So b4.
And if f6...
b4 is actually on the board.
He's played b4.
He's played b4. So we were just seeing if f6 to try and get this knight activated. And then a4. The other thing that black can maybe go for to get ready for the b5 advance, feels like it takes a lot of time, is...
Put the king on a7.
It doesn't work, does it? It just doesn't work. In fact, that's a really bad situation to get into.
Yeah, it doesn't look right, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't look right.
There's also rook h e8 and then knight f4. Does that make a difference? Yeah. And now queen c5, let's say.
Yeah, queen c5 is a nice defensive resource, isn't it? Yeah, maybe a bit more preparations needed to get b5 and under good circumstances. Okay. Why was rook to... Oh, rook to e3 was played because of the bishop exchange, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was a swap.
Okay, so, I mean, it's a situation like that, if white's then got to start retreating and can't keep the advances going, then black's in good shape.
Again, the h4 pawn is hanging here, so I don't know what's going on.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
h4's hanging, c2's hanging. Kind of feels like c2's a pretty important pawn to defend, whereas h4...
Yeah,
maybe not so much.
Okay.
But then just going back a move, if b5 is taking more time to get in under good circumstances, this could be the position to look for an improvement for white.
For white, yeah.
Yeah. Or even here.
Okay. Gawain having a think now after b4. He must have expected b4, surely. I mean.
Yeah. Tense.
Yeah.
I think there might be. I don't think there've been too many moves in this game. I reckon there could be a.
Okay, I could probably find out. Yeah.
Bit of a time scramble going on in this one.
They played 17 moves.
Oh, okay, right. 17. So it's not.
That's okay. Yeah.
Not so bad.
Mickey looks like he hasn't moved. This is one move. Sorry, he's played a move or two.
So we go back to Mickey's. We left it on...
Yeah, there's also Alireza's game we haven't looked at for a while. So we have a quick look at Alireza.
Sure, yeah.
It was the Queen's Gambit exchange. So what's happened here?
So we got to this position.
Yeah.
I think maybe we both had a slight preference for white, but Black's position is very solid. So h5, h4, rook g8. So we're getting some changes on the king side. And then this knight came back.
Oh, I see.
So we've got takes, and knight f4.
Defending g2.
Yeah. And clearly, if white has time to get rook takes pawn and then pawn g3 to shore things up, it starts to look really nice. But I guess that Pavel's going to cut across that. He does so with this.
Takes, and now queen 6, yeah.
Rook g8. Bishop b2?
Looks obvious, isn't it? Bishop b2. Is he going to sack the exchange? Oh, there's knight c4. There's knight c4 coming. Maybe.
Yeah. So maybe starting with a move like queen c2 just to get it out of the firing line.
Just explain that last move, Steve. He's doubled the rooks. Is he... wonder what he's intending.
Do you ever think about doing this?
I wonder.
Yeah, so if queen c2, take this one.
I wonder. Doesn't look great for Black, does it? Doesn't look great.
Yeah.
Why would you do this? I don't think he'd do this. Does he need to give the exchange?
No, it does feel like... I feel as though it's quite important for white to have that extra f-pawn to be able to kind of open up the files for the rooks with f5. And also, although Black's the material imbalance is not so bad, it's just a pawn for the exchange. Yeah. White's very solid here still, and so unless there's immediate counterplay, I would have thought that White is going to be able to keep improving the position.
This must be moves like bishop f5 and things.
Yeah, sort of speculative compensation at best.
So,
can't it?
John Spielman in the audience. Hi, John. Good afternoon.
Struggled to hear his suggestion.
After queen c2, John was saying maybe take on recapture on f4 with the queen. Rather than rook takes g2.
Yeah. Queen c2, yeah. Thanks for pointing that one out, yeah.
And
this looks a lot more interesting, doesn't it? It's, well, d4 and g2 are on. So.
How are you, John? Are you well? You're enjoying it? Very good. So rook dg8, this is the current position. Look, what else could White do here?
In that case, is this
move,
quite a serious...
I mean, he could have done it last move, maybe.
Serious time?
Okay. It's not really it. White could play moves like king a1 or something, just waits, you know?
Yeah.
I mean...
What move do you want? What is helping the position?
What happens after f3, for example? Is Black then going to sacrifice?
I guess you pretty much obliging this.
Yeah. Okay.
And then, yeah, at least this time, it's with the pawn on f3, you limit the knight, and you make it a little easier to defend the g2 point. So that makes a lot of sense, I think.
I feel White ought to be better here, you know, but I'm not sure what the next move is, but...
Yeah.
What do you think about... what about if Black doesn't sack the exchange after f3? It's very committal.
If Black doesn't, so just giving the h4 pawn.
Yeah, well, it's just giving back the extra pawn, isn't it? I mean, it's not...
Yeah, so, well, which square would you go to? Maybe this one? I kind of like White.
You just like White here, yeah.
I mean, even, you know, if needs be, this point can be protected. And
yeah, I think you're right,
yeah. These pieces feel, well, especially the knight, feels very defensive.
It looks very pleasant. But he's saying basically he's ready to sack the exchange.
Yeah. But I feel as though he had to make that call when he goes in for this move. It's kind of... seems clear that if this knight lands on c5, you don't want it to sit there for too long. You're going to take it.
Right.
And then if a knight lands on f4 after that, the only way that you're going to get rid of that one is
right. So yeah. So what happened? So,
exchange, yeah.
He played knight f4 here. He played rook g4, right?
So he goes rook g8. I guess that he goes rook g8 before taking on f4. Just saying to white, I don't think you have a constructive move that prevents me from sacking the exchange.
Right.
f3 looks. F3 does look. Oh, he's gone for queen b4.
He hasn't played f3. Wow, that's interesting.
He's gone for queen b4.
Because
so
the
what
rook
is the
takes
difference?
c6.
Yeah, he's just to show it on this one. Now this queen puts the pin so that a pawn can be captured back. Quite an important pawn as well.
Sure.
And if white can start getting some activity against the black king, then
so let's say black doesn't do this. Queen b4. Maybe king a8. King a8.
Nice.
Sure. King a8.
So glad we're really on the same wavelength on that one. King a8.
And again, do you play f3 or do you play an improving move somehow?
Yeah. Queen d2 this time. Yeah, very nice.
Right. Yeah, and then f3.
Queen b4 is a classy move.
Having your cake and eating it. Queen d2. I mean, how nice.
Yeah,
is
lovely.
That?
I mean, it looks as though white's gone a bit passive there with bringing the queen back. But the point here for white is that, although temporarily a pawn down, there's now potentially a big structural advantage for white if they can get the pawn back on h4. So just playing some consolidating moves to threaten the f3 move under good circumstances.
Right.
Does make it feel like black's position is a bit shaky.
Can black play something like queen e7?
In this position?
Yeah, and then if f3, because I'm trying to have knight e4 tricks, then rook g3 or something.
Yeah, very nice.
Try to...
So if rook takes the pawn, we're going to go in for this. Yeah, nice.
Well, nice. I don't know if it's nice. Well, yeah, it's anyway, it's an idea to try and,
Yeah, there's this kind of standoff with the queens. So the queen moves here. Could we move the white queen now? Just looking for f3 again. Just both sides trying to prevent. Well, white trying to get f3 under good circumstances. Black trying to prevent it.
You're probably right.
Maybe this knight starts to reroute at this stage. I mean, it does protect this h5 pawn, but maybe you're happier about letting that one go rather than h4? Or maybe you don't want to let that
What do you suggest here for black?
Well, the knight's going to reroute to somewhere.
It's also the,
I don't know where it goes. I mean, how we can't go to e4 because of f3. Maybe this. Yeah, and then after f3, at least you can hold on to the pawn this way.
Of course, yeah. And you're coming to d6 with a knight, yeah?
We did go quite quickly, a couple of quick decisions. So king a8 was one of them.
Has he played king a8?
He's not played king a8, but we kind of rushed into that because it renewed the idea of the exchange sack.
So queen b4 was played, right?
Queen
that was
b4.
The last move. Is that right?
Yeah, queen b4's on the board, and Pavel's thinking.
This is the position.
This is the position.
Black's the play.
It is worth noting that Pavel's down to 23 minutes in this position.
Okay.
And Alireza's at 53 minutes, so this is some pressure.
Queen b6.
Queen b6.
Being suggested, member of the audience, thank you. Queen b6. Okay. If nothing else, white can trade and play f3, I guess.
Ideally, I'd like to keep them on the board as
Keep
well.
the queens on.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
maybe going all the way back. But having said that,
Maybe queen
you
e7.
get a different scenario with the exchange sack. If this pawn goes, and then we've got
Queen e5.
another judgment call to make.
Not sure about queen e1 there, Stevie. That's a bit
Yeah, queen e1's maybe a bit too much.
over finessing.
Yeah, my bad, my bad. Okay, so if we just go in for the straightforward takes f3, the move that we want to get in.
It's better for white, isn't it? Because now exchange sacks don't really look...
How bad are the exchange sacks?
d2, okay.
Do you play f5 first?
It's for rook h.
So take.
Oh, to defend the d4 pawn, yeah?
F5.
Bishop
Yeah.
somewhere, and then rook h4. But knight on f6 is doing a good job.
Yeah, very nice. So we've got some protection here in case. of
Playable
this
for black,
one.
yeah. Maybe. Let's just bring the king to d6, maybe. I don't know.
It does look okay for
Oh, he's
black.
played a move. He's played queen c7. He didn't play king a8. Looks to me. I think he's played queen c6. Oh, bishop c8.
Bishop c8.
Let's have a look. Sorry.
Yeah.
Bishop c8.
From what we've looked at, I do quite like queen b6 suggestion. But we've got bishop c8 on the board. And I guess the immediate question is, does white go for f3? Can white go for f3 at this point?
Let's have a look. f3.
We're very reluctant to give the h4 pawn.
Yeah.
So are we looking at this exchange sack again?
Well, I don't know, you know. I just feel this is good for white.
Yeah, this time, with the queen still on.
I feel it's good for white.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't... I don't feel it's enough for black.
Yeah. White's going to get active.
Yeah.
And there's not really any counterplay. In the ending that we were just looking at, although there's not really counterplay for black. It was just very solid. King coming into the middle.
With the queens on.
Yeah, and then potential advance of the c pawn.
Still, it's okay for black, but if f3, if the rook were just to retreat...
in this position. Yeah.
No, to go back,
Oh,
I mean, after,
sorry, sorry.
not to give the exchange. Rook somewhere, rook g5 or something, yeah. Rook takes, and then rook e8, maybe we hit the e-pawn. I think I'd rather do this as black and just...
Yeah.
If I'm worse, I'm worse, but at least I'm not the exchange down.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why he's retreated the bishop to open this e-file. Because the bishop was on e6, wasn't it, blocking the pressure. And then say, okay, maybe white's a little better, but yeah, maybe... Yeah. Just defend this as black. Just to sort of stay put here, you know?
Yeah, I like white.
Yeah, okay.
Absolutely like white. Still a lot of work to do. I think the big thing in the position is the knights. One is clearly active piece on a good post, and the other one, well, it kind of feels like it's locked into sitting and waiting on the square that it's on.
Yeah. Would you give the exchange here, Stevie? Which of those would you rather play this, or would you rather? I always find it hard to give the exchange in my own games. You know, I think it's quite a fine line between giving the exchange and not. You know, I find.
Well, that was a big decision for him for Pavel on this move, in that it does look like he's played a move which suggests he's not going to give the exchange, and he's going to try and put a bit of pressure on the e-pawn and then see if white can make progress.
Because had white played f3 there, we're pretty sure he would have given the exchange, right? Rook takes f4 and queen 6, yeah? Had white played f3 instead of queen b4.
In this position.
You would have given the exchange.
Yeah. So I think where you're asking me, would I have been comfortable giving the exchange? I think at this point, if I had not much time on my clock, maybe I'd play a move like bishop c8 as well.
Yeah.
But more time and kind of feeling the danger of it, I'd be looking to make that exchange sack under good circumstances.
Yeah.
I really like the suggestion we had from the audience member of Queen b6.
Queen b6, okay.
Because, yeah, this scenario...
You take this for black, yeah?
Well... we considered it for a minute, didn't we? But on the face of it, this doesn't look so bad. We've got the king coming into d6. We're going to get some play with our pawns at some point with c5. And it does feel as though it's going to be quite hard to infiltrate with white.
Yeah, the knight keeps h.
Yeah, I mean, maybe
put on f6.
Maybe eventually white can...
White wants to swap a pair of rooks, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think white... We've got so many pawns, so many lines on the board. I'll take a couple of lines off here. But yeah, I think for black, it's a case of, okay, king gets activated and we try and break with c5 for some counterplay.
Yeah.
For white, probably we want to get control of the G line. Bishop still on e6, yeah. I think if queen b6, White's still got choices, hasn't he? It's not as though that ending that we've just been looking at.
You could play queen e7 we haven't looked at, for example.
Yeah.
And now queen d8 is not the same, is it?
Yeah, it's not the same. If that rook on g8 has to leave the file, then we're going to get a 3 under good circumstances.
Yeah, you don't get the g-pawn.
Yeah.
So maybe queen e7 is strong. Okay, should we have a look at something else? They're all quite interesting games, aren't they?
Yeah.
Not Mickey's game, not too much has happened. What did we last see?
And queen
b3, knight f4. Rook e3 he played, did he?
Yeah, rook e3.
Which we didn't see coming.
Queen c6. I guess that he's judged that if white is taking this pawn, knight takes runs into this.
Yep. Well, there's takes queen d7, don't forget.
Yeah, there was takes queen d7.
It's also knight takes, yeah.
Okay. I guess we can rule out queen takes. That really takes the pressure off.
It's okay for black, isn't it? For white, yeah.
Yeah, this is definitely tenable for
Rook
white.
e3, maybe a very good defensive move, Rook e3.
So he plays queen c6, g3, knight h5.
Okay, it doesn't look so bad anymore. It looks okay. Now that knight's been chased back from f4.
Yeah.
Okay, knight h4. It's completely changed the game, huh?
Yeah, situation has significantly improved. I mean, maybe it wasn't so bad.
Yeah, we had the alarm bells ringing, but it might have been...
Yeah, alarm bells are now definitely no longer ringing.
It's okay for white. It's okay, yeah?
Maybe would still slightly prefer black, because it does feel as though the c2 knight is a bit passively placed.
But given what it was before, I mean, this is a huge progress for Mickey. Yeah. Isn't it? Yeah, at least.
Yeah, he must be have a sense of relief, given how the opening went.
Moves like queen f3, queen e2, I don't know.
Yeah. And I guess this is a small issue for white is if d4 is ever played, then it allows activity for this knight.
He wants to play that.
You'd like to play d4 to kind of equalize the space a bit in the middle, but it's just not on the cards for the moment.
And I think a move has been played. Let's have a look. What's it after
queen f3? Okay, it was natural. I mean,
exactly.
Yeah, it's just going to move on to say you don't need d4. You can play around it. The knight on c2, although it's quite passive, at least it's off the back rank and can get the rest of the pieces involved.
It was, for me, very instructive how Mickey, given that surprise, we think, with black took on d6 with his bishop, how he's sort of neutralized black. He's taken the line which he didn't want to play. He took on d7.
Yeah, it's like damage limitation.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. But he's managed to find a way to, I think, equalize more or less.
Yeah.
Queen f3. Sorry, John?
Knight f4 was a mistake, potentially, is the consensus here. Wow.
It looks such a natural move. I think I suggested Queen f5, didn't I? Yeah. In this point, after b3.
Queen a5. Yeah.
I think I did suggest it, yeah, because of Queen d2, Bishop f4 and all that stuff. Yeah. I think I did suggest that.
Yeah, I mean, we take a snapshot of this and compare it to a snapshot of the current position.
Yeah.
And White's definitely somewhat out of the woods.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Knight f4.
Okay, should we look at something else, Stevie?
Sure.
Keep moving around
Sure.
not to miss anything.
Where haven't we been for a bit? I'll go to Sam's game against Mishra.
Oh, wow. Do you want to quickly take us through the moves to get here?
Yeah, sure,
last time we saw. He's played b4.
I think I was listening to, I think it was Caruana's, either an interview or podcast, and he was asked about Mishra, and he said that, I think it was Caruana, I could just be quoting the wrong guy, but he said that Mishra was taking on some pretty defensive positions in the Grand Swiss, but just calculating like a machine and holding them.
Okay.
And this scenario kind of looks like one of those where, I mean, obviously, White is doing about as well as he can. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the dream for the variation that he's played.
But even here, look.
Even here, it might be difficult to convert it.
Black's got King e7, Rook a4 coming, counterplay there.
And it could just be that even though it's not easy on the eye, this isn't that bad because although this is weak, in order to capture it, you have to give up one of your advantages, which is a more active bishop, and then this one is also something that White's going to have to.
And there's pins on the C line. Tactically, there are some issues here, and Black's.
Realistically, can White hope for anything better than a 4-on-3 rook and pawn ending, which is, probably pretty straightforward to draw anyway.
Okay. All right, so it looks like Black's...
Maybe it's not so bad. It looks ugly, but maybe it's not so bad.
It's okay, how about the Theodoru's game, which was against...
we got... See, doubled his G-pawns again.
So what happens here, Stevie? What happened? How did he get to this? Did he play...
He did take on d6.
He took,
and then he went for...
To play f4.
4 break here,
e5. Okay.
I think that White's got certain things to be quite happy about when this goes on.
This is the current position.
Yeah.
No, they've played more moves, I think.
Oh, my bad.
Rook e2,
Yeah, quite a few more moves. Sorry.
We're up to here, Well, isn't Black okay? Is it much for White?
Yeah, maybe it's not much.
It's okay,
Maybe it's not, I mean...
It's all right, this bishop on f1, I mean, White hasn't been able to use his other rook, the Queen's rook. I think it's fine. Fine for Black.
Yeah,
okay.
I also think this is probably just equal.
It's a lot of play, but...
Probably just equal. Maybe one thing that... I don't even want to say what I was thinking.
Go and say it.
Well, just one thing, that maybe the rook on a8 is a little bit tied to keeping an eye on the a pawn because of an eventual knight b3.
Okay.
But exactly the same thing can be said about
the rook on a1. Well, although White could play b2, b3.
Yeah, this is it. White plays b3, but then doesn't have the square for a knight to jump to attack the pawn on a5.
Yeah.
I think it's dead equal actually. When I initially saw that change in the structure, thought that it might be some progress for White, but even though there's an extra pawn island for Black and it looks like a bit of a weakness, it's just not anything that. Well, how do you even put any pressure on it?
Even if you could play bishop g2 and rook af1, then what?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah. The black pieces are all fine, aren't they?
Both black's bishops. Sorry, black's and white's bishop. Both of them. We said before.
Equally as bad as each other.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're just the way the pawns are set up.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, the bishops are not working.
Yeah.
And all those knights on the D line. That's quite interesting. You know, the knights on the D4.
Yeah.
4 knights.
Yeah, and that knight on D4 slightly further advanced. You'd think it maybe operates a bit better than the rest, but it's got nowhere really to go. I think this one's pretty equal, and actually not a great deal.
Well, I think it's still, a lot can happen still. I think it could turn black's way. I mean, I don't know. I think it's, on paper I'd say level, but...
You think this could turn black's way?
Well, I think there's life in the position of
okay. I see, yeah.
If Theodoru as white tries to, provoke something, I think there's plenty of play here anyway.
Yeah, okay.
We'll see.
They're level on time, 33 minutes each.
What about Luke against Gawain? May we have a quick look at some...
Yeah.
Oh, Stevie, come on.
Stop it.
Come on.
Don't. I mean, it was kind of obvious after B4 that this was going to happen, right? Yeah, bishop takes.
You were so convinced it was never going to happen.
Rook H5
wow,
and
Rook
then
H5.
A4.
Goodness me,
yeah.
Rook H5. Wow.
So he just wants to get the knight involved, and that's...
rather than play F6.
Yeah, an unusual way of protecting the E5 point.
Not Rook H E8, but Rook H5.
Yeah.
Wow. That's a surprise, huh?
Yeah. So then A4.
Of course.
Knight F4.
Okay.
Well, what's stopping B5? We've still got this Queen C5 resource.
I guess.
Yeah. King H1 was played. And now the G pawn.
Yeah.
Do you go G? I mean,
was Gawain thinking about playing Rook G5? At some point.
So maybe
with the king on G1,
Right, with the king on G1. Yeah. So
I don't know.
I mean, we could just look at something along these lines. Probably Queen C5 is the move here.
Yeah.
But that's the idea potentially.
But I don't know. It's not stupid, huh?
No. Well.
Or maybe
you can't really take you can't take this.
No, I don't think you can.
Because after G3, you're just going to take and if this.
And then.
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
But maybe Rook G5, I would have taken on A6 or C6.
Yeah.
And given up the G. I don't know. Who knows?
Maybe
crazy stuff. Yeah. Like a blitz game.
Yes. Yeah. Feel irresponsible moving the pieces that quickly.
Yeah. Don't know. But anyway, King H1 is a safe.
But it's a resource.
King H1 is a safe.
Yeah, so my question was going to be here. I mean, G5, you'd love to be able to get G4 takes, H3, just kind of steamroll.
But the E-pawn's hanging, yeah?
But the E-pawn's hanging, yeah. Also, another thing that worries me a little bit about committing to G5 too early with black is that if white can shore up this G4 swell, the knight maneuver, then maybe the attack is just completely
I don't think he's going for King H1. Nice.
So King H1, Rook G5, probably a threat. Probably a threat. I like that.
King B8.
Rook B1.
Well, that was quick. Luke's.
Yeah.
So if B5, then Queen C5. We think last move. Had he played
Seems
B5?
That way.
Yeah. Rook B1. But how does white actually engineer B5?
Well, maybe this. Maybe this time after. So B5, Queen C5 with the rook on B1. Maybe you can drop the queen back to B4. So
yeah, black does something F6 or something.
Yeah. See. Is this possible?
Yeah.
Maybe not the end of the world to let a pawn get to C6 or A6.
Wow.
Just do this.
Amazing. Because this C2 pawn, like you said, it's a critical pawn to lose, isn't it? Critical, yeah.
But this is pretty concrete, isn't it? Slightly annoying for white.
And F2 is hanging. I don't think white can do this.
Yeah, the queen's kind of restricted to cover this.
Yeah.
This rook as well. Yeah, it feels like we've just gone down a bit of a dodgy route there for white.
So he has to get this timing right with B5.
Yeah.
what else could...
So maybe we're suggesting f6 as a kind of candidate move for Gawain, and then how does Luke...
I'm not sure f6 is the greatest move, but anyway.
Yeah.
Because he could have played it before, couldn't he? It's, rather than rook h5. But just for example, f6, I'm just saying. But whenever white plays b5, there's queen c5 coming.
Yeah. And is g5 out of the question?
What about the e5 pawn?
Oh, the e5 pawn. Yeah. It's like, you just mentioned that. It's the memory of a goldfish. King a7.
It does threaten b6. Kind of forces b5 then, more or less.
Kind of, yeah, it forces...
Queen c5 check.
We're looking at this one.
Well, then queen takes c7.
c7's on, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it would be nice to get this king a7 move in if you can play queen c5 without this pawn being on. So here is... I think f6 looks...
It's a move, yeah, I guess. Yeah.
How about this one?
Yeah, I thought of rook d6, but after b5, you no longer have queen c5, but you might be right.
You might have takes and then, yeah.
Oh, I see. I didn't see that.
A bit of a weird way of doing things.
I didn't see that. Rook b6. c4, maybe?
Yeah. I'm not so confident about this. Just it feels pretty artificial.
Yeah.
Rook d4 in this position.
John Spearman. Rook d4. Wow. John, you're the only person in the building that could have thought of that.
Very nice, yeah. If takes, then there's a double attack.
Incredible.
So,
rook d4.
But then, yeah,
After b5, you still? What are you doing after b5? Yeah, queen c5. Rook f3. Fantasy chess.
Yeah.
But rook d4, an amazing.
Yeah, it's a nice idea. Very nice idea.
But if white doesn't take it, it just sort of looks strange square. Has he moved, Gawain? He's played a move. He's played. Has he played a move?
Queen d6.
Queen d6.
In this position.
He's just waiting for b5, basically. Yeah, I mean, there's always
this potentially.
To force rook g1, maybe.
Yeah.
Queen d6.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it maybe force either the knight to come back or the rook to cover this point. And then the queen could shuffle to e6 and you threading in the h3 pawn, maybe. I'm not sure that that's too threatening, really, but it's, yeah.
Queen d6, okay.
Something in there. Oh, whoops. I'm so sorry. Right, there we are.
Should we look at b5 quickly? b5.
We still going for this one?
Well, I don't know what's going to happen. Yeah, sure. Or I don't know. Yeah, maybe. Looks okay, huh? Queen c5.
And then this feels like too much.
Yeah.
So what else?
Maybe b5 is not not the right move.
Can you kind of consolidate a little more before going for it? This feels...
So then queen g6?
Yeah, this does not feel great, having to put the knight back. I mean, it may just turn into...
Oh, I see, yeah.
Some serious attacking chance.
Exactly, yeah. That's right.
Queen d6 is a nice move. Sort of a little bit of a pass, but also introducing some attacking press. Yeah,
that's right. Queen d6. So he's played queen d6.
Yeah, he's played queen d6.
Is knight h2 to g4 ridiculous? Is it?
No. Sorry. Went silent there, mesmerized by knight h6. No, not at all. It's quite difficult to get g6, f5 in to force that knight out of the square.
Oh, g6, I go knight f3. And
you could just go back. Yeah.
Maybe.
But also it feels as though with the knight on g4, even if you get time for g6, f5, that e5 point is going to be hit by all pieces.
I mean, you could play rook g5 here, right? I go knight g4. How's that? I don't know.
I think it's a pretty decent setup for
white.
Yeah. Because even if, say, you continue piling up the pressure...
Or queen e6, yeah.
Or queen e6 is probably the better way of doing it.
f3?
How bad is this? Yeah, I mean, by playing f3, you give up control over this square, but it feels like the knight's on the most threatening square it can be anyway, and that you wouldn't take time out to get it
quite annoying here. Queen a2.
Okay.
It's annoying.
Yeah.
Black's very, very much in this game, you know?
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I like queen d6.
Queen d6 is a very nice move.
It's a nice move.
Yeah,
I don't think Luke has moved yet. Luke has a bit less time as well. Looks like. Queen d6. Okay, should we keep switching around? It's nice.
Yeah, I don't think
five games here.
Yeah, where have we not been for a while? I think we can rule one of them out as far as like
the Sam's game for now.
Well, yeah, I mean it's kind of clear this is going to go to a rook and pawn ending where it's 4 pawns each. Be very surprising if either side were able to do anything with that.
Okay.
Looks like it's heading to a draw.
What about Alireza maybe?
Yeah, we can go back there. That was interesting. There's no exchange sack on the board.
No exchange sack. Just take us through the last few moves, please, Stevie. He played f3, so queen b4, bishop c8, f3. We were talking about the exchange sack here.
Yeah.
He didn't do it.
I guess, something maybe slightly in black's favour is that with the rook on g5, he's able to get this bishop exchange, which...
Has he played that?
Yeah, he's played it.
Oh, I see.
Their exchange, rook c3, knight d7, and this is the live position.
Yeah, quite a big difference in the time.
Yeah, Pavel's down to 12 minutes. Do we know how many moves that?
I can tell you, yeah, I can tell you. They played 26 moves. So quite a way to go to get to the time control. It's also...
I've got a feeling that black's doing okay here.
Yeah, but also time, obviously the difference...
Yeah.
Sometimes it's not only the sort of the rating points, the strength, but also the fact that they play quicker.
Yeah.
The stronger players, and that's an extra element where things start to go wrong between moves 30 and 40, you know?
Yeah.
You think black's okay on paper, let's say?
Yeah, on the face of it, it feels like the situation's been eased by the exchange of
why has he
bishops.
played knight d7, Stevie? There, he wants to come to b6 or what?
I guess that he might be wanting to challenge the knight on f4 at some point, so he's coming around f8 to
you think so? Yeah.
e6 or g6. That knight on f4 is kind of the pride of White's position. It's outposted,
right.
Holds the pawns together nicely.
Well, knight b6 might be coming to c4, and White doesn't want to play b3. So
okay.
But also could be
yeah.
So you think black's okay? Yeah, maybe black is fine.
It looks about as active as you can be in this kind of structure. Yeah, the knight on f6 would have been the worst placed piece, so just finding a route to activity makes a lot of sense. Kind of surprised that the rook came to c3.
Well, he was going to play rook a3, he still could. Yeah, rook a3 or...
But how much of a...
yeah, I know, there's nothing much there. Yeah.
Maybe there's... Well, maybe there's something to soften the pawns a little bit on the...
Also to defend d3, if black were to play rook e8 or something, it's sort of a prophylactic, you know. White could play g4, John, you think? Repulsive, did you say?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think White wants to leave the h5 pawn as a weakness, yeah?
Yeah, this is something we're speculating on, whether g4 to get the rook active.
But it sort of liquidates that weakness on h5. Yeah, there was also knight f8, I guess, and other things. It doesn't look... He's not going to play g4, John.
I guess this is the safe way out of the situation. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that White has the option to open things up on that side and go active.
Yeah, I think also White wants to keep the tension. Pavel's going to run a bit short of time.
Yeah.
So just to...
he's still got work to do to be fully equal here. I mean, if the knights came off the board, I think this is completely safe for black.
Right.
But with them still there, and given that it takes some time for black to even offer the exchange, I think, yeah, it's still a bit of a tense situation.
Okay. Finally balanced. Queen e7 for White. Yep. That looks fine.
I do want knight f8 every time. It's just whether you can make it work.
I see, yeah. Queen e8 check, queen c8, yeah. Knight f8. Yeah. And knight g6 is coming.
Yeah, I mean, a possible scenario could be give the h pawn back and then come back this way, but
black must
just
be fine,
doesn't feel
black must
like
be fine,
yeah, it doesn't feel like anything really.
No. Okay.
Yeah, take rook c2.
You can't be far from equality here, yeah. Knight g6.
No, you can do this.
I see, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's not the most straightforward. Yeah, maybe this move gets played, and then you really just sort of force your way through with this knight exchange.
Yeah. That could be done. Okay. Quick check on the others, maybe, Stevie?
Yeah. Where should we go?
Theodoru's game, maybe, against Nikita. How was that? shaping up. This position is much happened here.
Not really moved
Not much has
on.
happened. Oh, look, they just shook hands there. Did you see?
Oh, right. No,
They must have agreed to draw.
Okay, so
They must first game to finish, and we just caught that there on your screen. You would have seen that.
Okay.
And that's arbiter Matthew Carr there, just putting the kings on the board to signify a draw. Okay, draw. Okay, so
it felt equal at this stage.
At this stage,
yeah.
At this
Very
stage.
interesting opening concepts from White.
Yeah.
Ultimately didn't lead to much.
Okay, but it could have gone.
Yeah,
there are many different paths that the game could have taken.
Yeah.
So
we've got.
Okay, so we're down to 4 games.
Yeah, I'm just kind of looking for a board where a player might be under a bit of time pressure, and
there's been some moves in Mickey's game.
Yeah, Mickey's down to 14 minutes. Currently, Nodirbek is to move and is having a bit
just
of a
talk us through the last few moves, Stevie, since we were last here.
So we got to the point of Queen F3. Really felt as though White is over the worst of the, a bit of an opening, not a disaster, but certainly not what Mickey would have been looking for. Queen F3, Rook E8, Rook E1, Bishop F8.
Right, now he's going to maybe just play G6 and drive the knight back.
Yeah, and I guess that Black is keeping the tension with the Rook on E6. If it's ever captured, maybe takes back the pawn at some point. So he goes for it.
What was knight H6 check there? Was that possible? Yeah, after FTX. He's just going to... Is he going to take it and play Bishop G7?
Yeah, so this is a draw if White wants it. So the only way to be ambitious is this way.
Bishop G7, yeah? Queen F6?
Yeah, sorry, Bishop,
Yeah. The game is finished. Hi, Malcolm.
Yeah, there was some obscure way for Mickey to equalise from this position.
From this position?
In this one?
There must be, just because I just happened to notice the computer said 0, but I think it involved Queen H4, Bishop takes pawn.
And then some perpetual check with Queen takes H6? Or not?
No, I think it just wanted to carry... I think it wanted to play something like Queen H5 here, maybe, from memory, and then...
Queen
that doesn't do anything. No, it must be some...
Rook E3.
Yeah, just Rook E2 or something. And then it just said this position was equal because there was a threat of knight E3 to G4 and Queen takes H6.
The extra pawn's not
not a great extra pawn,
So you could have forced a draw, we think, or maybe...
I'm afraid I can't remember. I just flashed across my screen instantaneously, and then and then an email came in. You know how it is. But this position is not worse for White, and you can understand why probably. Yeah.
We're not using engines up here.
No, not at all. But I mean, it's just worth. I think it's the only reason I came in to highlight it was just because I think it feels maybe like a bit of a turning point in the game.
Yeah. Oh, I see.
Because it doesn't look too pleasant now. So
let's have a look at the game position.
Yeah.
Thank you, Malcolm. Yeah. So he could have played knight h6 check. He didn't.
Yeah, he doesn't play it. He goes for knight h4.
Yeah, it's a little bit odd actually. You're right. Yeah, he didn't choose that.
Okay, knight h4, Queen a6, a4. And Nodirbek's just played Queen
back
a5.
to that square again. Just
he's finally played the move that you want to. Yeah. Nice. But
thank you.
This is.
They look. I think the word I used to describe those queenside pawns is tender.
Yeah.
They look very tender, don't they? I don't really like the look of it, and yeah.
And White's knight driven back from that active post on f5, but he can't have missed knight h6 check. He must have evaluated it as.
I think it was a very obscure computer line. I mean, I can't even recreate it, but there was some way to sack a piece and force a draw. I mean, but you have to deflect the queen. The queen leaves the king side, and then there's a way to overpower him. But very hard to see.
Okay.
Now it just looks unpleasant somehow.
And Mickey's a little bit shorter time. He's got 11 and a half minutes or something remaining, and they're on move 24, so he's still got 15, 16 moves to go to the first time control.
What do we play here, d4 or c4?
Well,
kind of nervous about letting this queen
he's
come
in,
in.
isn't he? He's just in.
Also,
yeah.
We can just take this piece. It's not a good idea.
Unpleasant.
Yeah. So then
What else does he do? D4.
If you can play this, and maybe this is the one you want,
and give up the E4 square.
Yeah.
For Black's knight, I mean. Yeah.
It looks a bit horrible, doesn't it?
Very unpleasant to me. I don't know what to do. I mean, you can go, rook e3 maybe, or something?
You probably have to, yeah.
But it's just like b3 looks so tender. I mean, just, I don't know, queen b6 or something?
Yeah. Sure.
We're forced to play something like b4. I mean, we're losing a pawn.
The knights are not
terrible.
Happy, are they?
I mean, I've just been giving a little lesson to somebody just for a few minutes, and we were just talking about mobility. You know, you count the number of squares your pieces can go to. It's terribly important, isn't it? I mean, the knight on c2 has got no good square, and the knight on h4 has got no good square. No, the knight on g2 could get to f4 on a good day, but that's it. No, it looks terrible.
And even here, once this bishop activates, the rook can potentially get involved, and
ouch.
It's kind of like pawn weaknesses everywhere.
At least the other line, even if you don't calculate it to the kind of engine draw, let's say, at least Black's king was weakened.
From a practical viewpoint, yeah, you're right. From a practical viewpoint, that was a much better punt, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, even if you remain a pawn down for some time.
Yeah.
Kind of holding some hope that.
Still, you'd take Black here, wouldn't you, Stevie?
Yeah, but I'd also be a bit nervous that something like this could turn. If that white knight makes its way over to the king side, then, well, you've got a safer wall of pawns in front of the king.
I mean, I wouldn't feel safe in this position with Black unless the queens were off, to be honest.
Right, yeah.
We did have one game is finished. We could have a little interview maybe, Stevie.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
I think Nicholas is here.
Thank you, Malcolm.
All right.
Yeah. Are we going to take a break while we get set up?
I don't know what we do here. Or we just let the cameras roll, I don't know. Should we do an interview? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we can carry on. So we can invite the players to join us. We've got Nicholas and Nikita with us. So, yeah, guys, please get involved. Hey, welcome back to our live coverage here from Emirates Stadium. It's 2025 London Chess Classic. We've had a very short break, so welcome to our players to the commentary. The game between Nicholas and Nikita ended in a draw. And yeah, we'll invite the guys to take us through it. I guess first question, gonna target at Nicholas. I guess this is an idea. It seems like a bit of a fresh idea that you've come up with against this variation.
Yeah, it's not really me. I mean, it's the first line of the engine, so
okay.
Checked it this morning.
We certainly weren't aware of that. Yeah.
I think it's extremely rare, though. There are only about 10 games in the database, and it's a bit unusual playing g4 this early. But the bishop on f4 really makes it difficult for Black to get e5 in. I guess if played correctly, not the way I did, the white can put some more pressure on Black. But
okay, where do you feel as though it went wrong for you in the sequence that follows?
Yeah, so we were talking a bit after the game, and a4 is probably completely unnecessary. Like the inclusion of a4, a5 probably favors black.
What was the reason you played a4? What can you talk us about?
I was checking many lines for this game, and I completely mixed up my prep. But I should have probably just played the same plan without a4.
Okay.
Looks like you're playing on both sides of the boards, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess a bit later we have to imagine the position with the a pawns back where they were to see your way of thinking here. So
to be honest, I'm not sure about this bishop before, but I wanted to take advantage of this inclusion. Yes, a4, a5. So maybe bishop a7 is also a normal way to play, but well, bishop before looked quite tempting to me. Yeah?
Sure.
Okay.
Why not to try?
Yeah. See. I can see that you're both careful about moving your c pawns as well to try and limit the activity of the bishop. Yeah. So you got to here, and we were wondering if you might go for. Well, first of all, we were wondering if Nikita, you were having a bit of a thing here, whether you go for e5
and just
allow the double g pawns.
Actually, I was considering it, but it looked a bit ugly to me. Yeah, this e5. Kind of counterintuitive, but well, I thought it might be, well, I mean, I was considering it, but I liked better what I did in the game.
The way you went, yeah. And then, yeah, Nicholas, we wondered if you might be looking to advance the f-pawn straight away here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously f4 is the most logical move for white, but I tried to, sort of see what black wants to do first and get the king out of the way. But as soon as I moved king h1, I realized that after f4, if black goes e5...
we looked at this here.
Yeah, I can probably take on e5 and go knight b3, intending knight d4, knight f5, and...
we missed this idea. Yeah. We missed knight b3.
Yeah.
It looks promising at first glance, but black is very solid, of course.
Yeah. Looks quite irritating for me at the moment. Yeah, but maybe I can. What can I do?
Were you planning to meet f4 with e5?
Of course, yeah. Of course,
sure.
It felt like must move to play. Yeah, but here it's yeah.
We didn't see this, did we? Taking a knight b3.
I think we got a bit sidetracked with.
Looks really nice, yeah.
Trying to block this in, but I guess after f5, e4 is probably coming, and maybe this imbalance isn't so favorable for white.
Yeah, it's not clear if the bishop on h7 is worse than the knight on h4.
Right. Yeah. Some bad pieces.
Takes knight b3, I like.
Yeah.
Very cultural move. Yeah, it's like
cultural.
Yeah, the knight is coming. Yeah. Like, now it all makes sense, yes? All this a4, knight h4, g3, g4.
Like, do you wish you'd have gone for this?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm not sure like what the engine says, but I think it
feels like
better than king h1.
Okay, yeah.
Maybe knight e8 to d6. Is that ridiculous?
Knight e8, knight d4, but
knight d6. I don't know.
Knight d6, but. Well,
no.
Yeah.
Because it should be fine.
Yeah.
Do you think?
Should be fine, yeah, because c3 is never an option, yeah, so, yeah. Well.
But still, after king h1 in the game, after black got g5 in, it's extremely risky positionally for me, and I think I had to act fast with knight h2, because otherwise, I mean, if black gets e5 in for free, and I don't get the f4 break, then it's really unpleasant.
See.
Yeah, the same game we got in the game, I think it just a very logical. I mean, like we got it quite logical, yes, and it's quite solid for both sides. Yeah, I mean, so 5. Okay. I mean, I was briefly considering knight 8, knight g7, but it's. I mean, instead of e5, yes, trying to keep more tension, but it's just it's not good for me, I guess. Just f4.
Maybe queen b4 instead
Queen
of
b4. Queen defensive.
Maybe queen b4.
Queen b4, yeah.
it's a bit annoying to meet.
Right. And
I can play knight b3, but
if you go b3, then well,
queen c3.
b3, it's strange move, yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah, it's a bit uncomfortable, yeah. So if you go knight b3, then
Yeah, I mean, that was the extent of my thought process before knight b3, but
right.
But actually, even in the other line, after b3, queen c3, I can still play knight df3 maybe, preparing some h4.
h4, yeah. Knight d3, but like say, I don't know, bishop g6 or king g7. I don't know, king g7 maybe.
But what happened to this f4 idea? What happened to f4?
Well, the queen is making my life difficult on c3.
I understand,
so.
yeah.
h4.
h4, yeah. Takes, probably.
Yeah, take.
Take.
I guess it can also backfire for white.
It's
And in the game, you think it was just more or less level?
Yeah, the endgame looked quite balanced. Obviously, the pawn structure on the queen side favors black, but white has a better pawn structure on the king side. So it's very difficult for black to do anything with, I think, all the rooks on the board, because it's basically impossible to target a4 or create anything.
This was the game, yeah?
Yeah.
Repetition,
Okay,
yeah.
repeats it. Okay.
Okay, fair results? Both happy?
Sure.
always happy.
Okay,
Great,
thank you very
yeah,
much.
Thanks very much for
Thank
joining
you.
us. Yeah.
Thank you.
And,
Yeah.
okay,
Best of luck
good
with the
luck.
rest. You'll see us here
Good luck
again tomorrow.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Cool. All right. Thanks, guys. So
Okay,
we'll
thanks.
take a quick break.
Thank
and
you.
We'll
Thanks.
be back soon. Thank you. Hey, welcome back to coverage of the London Chess Classic Round 4. We're going to jump straight to the games because there's a couple of boards where players are under pressure and time is getting low on the clocks. We're approaching time control move 40. We're going to go to the Mickey Adams against Nodirbek, Abdusattorov game. And the story of this one is, so far, Mickey looked like he was over the worst of a bad opening, and we got to a situation where he's back under some pressure. I think this is where we left it.
Yeah.
And
d4, okay, knight c4.
Yeah, so I mean, it's really blown up. So d4, knight e4, c4, which...
Black takes a pawn. Sure.
Black takes, and now Nodirbek's having a think, but it looks like a bit of a critical situation for Mickey at this stage.
Does he take with the pawn or the queen on d5? Or neither?
Or neither, maybe. Well, what else can he...
Yeah.
I guess he has to... He probably has to recapture because...
Pawn takes looks okay, no? But he's
pawn
thinking
takes
about
looks
what
fine.
else. He must be thinking of something else. Is there something else?
What would be the alternative? Could he be thinking about this move, followed by taking with the queen?
Knight g5. If knight g5, what happens? Queen h5.
Yeah, that's awkward to face. And there's no follow-up.
Hang on,
the rook's given, right?
sorry, that's it. Check king f1. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of running out of steam.
Well, hang on, d3 threatens queen h1 mate. Oh, queen, my goodness. Queen e6 check is okay, I think. Oh, no. Leave the knight on g5, says John.
Leave the knight on g5 and play d3.
Threatening mates.
Wow, very nice idea.
And the e6 pawn is defended,
Yeah.
Goodness me.
Wow, could this be what he's thinking about then?
Knight
it must
g5.
be, right? Because there's
only
the only other option
He's
is
about
to
to move.
take.
He's about to move. Oh, he's done something else? Knight d2 or something? What's he done?
Has he gone knight d2?
I don't know. That's what he's done.
Let's see.
I think he played knight g5. I think knight g5
he's gone pawn d3. He's gone pawn d3. You can see it on the webcam.
But didn't he play knight g5 first? Did he play knight g5 first?
Yeah, I think maybe my broadcasters...
I think he played knight g5 first.
Okay, so we got knight g5. Sorry about this. Knight g5, queen h5, pawn d3.
Goodness.
And there is this potential mating there. It's kind of come out of nowhere, really.
He played d3 first. He didn't play queen takes d5.
Yeah.
He played d3 first.
I'll get rid of these so you can see the current situation.
Wow.
And then if this is good, it wins, right?
The knight can't move because of the rook.
Yeah, knight can't move because the queen attacks the rook. Yeah, I mean, we should rule out this move. Why is this bad? Is this bad because of takes again?
Takes threatens
again, this is a mate in 2 threat. Yeah.
What can white do?
That's a nasty threat.
Can you play h3 or something?
H3, yeah, very nice, yeah. And is it possible to...
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it might be that you have to give material to stop the extra queen on the board.
And Mickey's very short of time. He's got like 3.5 minutes or something.
Yeah, the other suggestion we're getting from GM John Spielman is to take the knight.
And if take on C2.
Take on C2.
And try and hang on somehow. What do you want to play here, John, for white? Rook C1.
Can you get away with this?
Okay.
So this is the live position.
That's the live position, yeah. Mickey's short of time.
Oh, Mickey's played another move.
Wow. He took the knight.
He took it. Okay. So I guess the
knight.
reply for Nodirbek is pretty much automatic, right?
Yeah, well.
He's having a bit of a think again.
Having a think. There's nothing much automatic in his games.
Right.
But
it's like change from Nodirbek applying a bit of pressure to like something very sort of concrete and direct.
He takes on C2. What do we think Mickey can do?
Well, what happens after rook C1?
But after rook takes C2, queen E1 check is going to pick up the rook, isn't it? So what about bishop A3 or something?
Yeah. Very nice, yeah. So if this pawn gets taken, black has a tactic, indirectly defended the pawn.
Yeah.
It's going to pick up the rook next move. And could you try and get a piece back into play? I'm not sure this knight really wants to retreat, but it's at least a way of protecting the rook and trying to get it involved. Still going to be asking questions with this move. Maybe there are other moves that are better.
Maybe queen takes D5 as a move as well.
Yeah, nice. Yeah. Okay, queen takes D5. We'll go here, and then this.
Hanging on?
Yeah. Rook E2. We're going to move the king across. Think that holds.
That holds, yeah.
And if rook here,
knight.
At least you can kind of go after the pawn this way.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe not queen D5. Maybe this. Maybe just bishop A3, like you say. What about bishop A3 after knight?
Oh, bishop A. Yeah. So we're going back to knight F3.
I think rook C1 loses. Yeah. Bishop A3.
Bishop A3.
It doesn't look good at all, does it? Looks like it's just winning.
I guess that a move like this is just, queen takes queen is just over, isn't it? So
it's looking grim.
What else? Yeah.
I'm afraid.
I guess you just have to allow this.
Well,
looking to see if there's a scenario where you can maybe defend with the queen and knight against the queen and rook, but it just doesn't feel realistic.
He's moved.
Bishop
Looks like
A3.
bishop A3. Well, exactly.
It's on the board.
This could be Nodirbek. Well, he's moving to 3.5 out of 4. Would he if he wins?
Yeah. Wow. I mean,
amazing.
Not as clean today, maybe, but like still very impressive start against such a strong field.
And with black again, winning as black, you know.
Yeah.
If he wins.
Should we quickly jump to another board?
Yeah,
because there's something else that's
and we come back
up.
to this game, of course.
Yeah.
Just a quick jump to Luke's game.
So we'll jump to Luke McShane against Gawain Jones, and a lot's happened in this one.
Can we just very quickly recap here?
Yeah. So we got to this point.
Queen D6 we saw,
It's a classy move.
Yeah.
Looking to come across to G6 potentially, keeping the defensive resource if white goes forward to bring the queen to C5.
He played it. He played
it, yeah.
Queen D2 defending.
B6.
Well, he couldn't take a second time on B5?
I guess that Gawain's judging if the lines are closed on the queen side, that just gives him more freedom to operate on the king side.
Return to a5 with the king, maybe, if AB.
So positional threat of keeping his pawn with a5, and if the pawn takes, which it does, then he's gained himself some king safety this way. I really like that decision, b6, like very practical. Stops the king being chased around if the a file gets opened.
Takes, king.
So c3.
c3 and d4, okay.
I say I like it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I like it for
right, yeah.
I don't know. c3 and d4, interesting. He's suddenly playing in the center. Look.
Yeah, okay.
But white has less time, looks like.
Yeah, I like the idea of Gawain sort of blocking his queen side like that, so his king's safe, but also I'm not sure that I like his position anymore.
Is he going to play f6 or... Is this the current position?
Oh, sorry, there's more moves. Rook h8, queen c2, queen g6. There's quite a few more moves.
Yeah, rook g1.
This is the current position according to my machine.
Okay, queen e8, last move.
Yeah, queen e8. So white's a pawn up.
Yeah, but black
it's
king
the
is safe.
pawn.
Black is not going to take that a pawn for quite some time.
Yeah.
If ever.
But white's safe.
White's also safe. Black's defending e5 with his last move.
I feel like white's got to be doing well here, right?
Do you think? Yeah. What would you play as white here, Steve?
You know, even consider playing d5.
Yeah, and he's just done it. He's just played d5 then. Incredible.
Miracle.
Unbelievable.
Well, just the thinking is that c-pawn is going to come through slowly but surely, so why not just consolidate the center?
Play c4, c5, yeah.
And now it feels as though it's such a long way off black. I mean, probably non-existent attacking chances, really, because if black does play this g5 move, I think white's always got this nice resource to put the knight on g4. So d5, although it sort of closes things in the center, I think it's got aggressive intentions because now the c-pawn's going to roll.
g5, yeah, that's right. That's right.
I think kind of. It's not going to play itself, but white's plan is fairly clear. I think it's a nightmare situation actually for Gawain. She does.
Okay. We think it's very good for white. I
wonder if it calls for just trying to break out straight away.
Should I say it or not? I thought.
You wait for me to do it. Cheers for that. I guess c4 and you can kind of consolidate in this way. And now, although black's created a distraction, there's now a new target.
What about g5, knight h2, and then f5? Does that make any... Try to sort of bluff your way through there,
I guess maybe the same thing, but at least you're trying to get this move.
Trying to get something in there,
At all costs, try and break down this white center.
Maybe f3, but then, no, f3 rook into g3 square, that's not good.
Yeah, okay. Maybe it's scary at least, isn't it? I mean, you could potentially allow this, just get the rook in somewhere. Don't know which square it belongs on. It's still quite a way off.
So maybe g5. I mean, he hasn't.
Yeah, maybe g5.
A knight back. Yeah. Okay, Mickey's game is over.
Oh, he's finished. Okay.
Should we go back and see how it ended?
Yeah, sure.
And maybe we'll have
I think he's
Nodirbek and Mickey here with us shortly.
So
what happened after d3?
This is wrong, isn't it?
That's wrong.
It's just a broadcast that we're getting the moves from. Queen.
After d3, he played queen takes g5. We had that before.
d3,
No, but he's played knight g5.
Sorry, this is the difference, isn't it? Yeah.
Then he played d3. Yeah, rook c1, bishop a3.
Yeah.
That was the end of the game, I think. No, hang on.
Sorry, rook c1, bishop a3.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, I guess it's, well,
Mickey played queen h5 happened.
Okay.
And rook f8, I think that was the last move.
Yeah. So just in case you didn't catch it a few moments ago, we did note that if the rook takes this pawn, black has this way of picking up the rook.
Yeah.
So in that position, yeah, Mickey's giving it up.
Resigned, I think.
Yeah. It's a shame because he's a little bit on the ropes earlier in the game, and it looked like he made his way back into it where the position was reasonable.
And then it turned around again.
Yeah.
Didn't it?
Yeah.
Well, what can we say? 3.5 out of 4.
It's just a bit of a class act, this lad, isn't he?
I mean,
he's a serious guy.
He beat Nikita yesterday. Is that right, with black?
Yeah. And
now he's beaten Mickey with black.
Yeah. Two wins on the bounce with the black pieces.
Yeah, goodness.
Can't really get a much better start. I mean, the only draw in the tournament was this 14 line that he had against Gawain.
Is that a theoretical line?
Nobody knew about this. So Nodirbek,
amazing game.
Nodirbek mentioned that he'd mentioned that he'd not seen it before.
We have Nodirbek here, I think.
Yeah.
We're going to have I think we're going to get an interview. We will, I'm sure.
Yeah. Have a super quick break,
and then
we'll welcome Nodirbek.
And then we'll welcome
us.
Nodirbek to the commentary desk here to talk us through his game.
See you in a moment. Welcome back to live coverage of the London Chess Classic. We've just been joined by Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who has won his third game on the bounce. Won again with the black pieces. You must be pretty satisfied about how things are going so far.
Yeah, I'm very happy that I managed to win today. Of course, you know, he's a legend player. I have huge respect for him. Yeah, he was a great player, and he's also, I mean, he's still showing some great results.
Yeah.
Yeah, going for today's game, I thought that I have to play something sharp as much as I can, because, you know, I thought that I have to create some chances from the opening, and that's why I chose e4, c5.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So let's have a look.
We got the Rossolimo with e6. He opted for c3, which is a bit sideline. Okay, I played d5, and after d3, bishop d7, I think it's already black has pretty much solved his opening problems and pretty much equalized. And yeah, he played bishop f4, logical, knight e7, castles, knight g6.
We were surprised that he took on d5.
Yeah. I was also surprised with his decision to just exchange the bishops. I was expecting bishop g3, retreat, and I would play bishop e7 and knight bd2, and with some normal play.
Kind of,
yeah. So yeah, he opts for ed, rook e1, and I think he underestimated bishop d6 from far, because
he
thought that maybe he could take bishop b7, like castle, bishop c6. If I take bishop c6, okay, it's after bishop e7, knight e7. It's a very
we were speculating whether you'd go for this, and we also felt it looked nice for you to give the pawns.
Yeah, I thought it's after bishop c6 takes. I thought it's a very kind of boring position and nothing special. I thought, okay, let's have some, fun, and I took bishop d6.
And did you feel like this was still objectively a good decision?
Yeah, I think I thought so, because I will have huge compensation for example, bishop b7, rook b8, bishop d5, knight f4.
Yes.
Bishop c4, let's say. I have bishop c6 or rook takes b2, even knight bd2. I was considering bishop g4 with some sort of ideas like rook takes d2. It's kind of, I thought it should be, fun to play at least.
There's only one pawn.
It's only one pawn, and I kind of get the Marshall type of compensation.
Yes.
Okay, it should be very complicated. And so, he opted for a more solid approach to bishop d7, and here I was sure that I have to be like very slightly better because of my I have some sort of development advantage, and I can create some threats with knight f4 and queen b5 coming. So I think he played very well here. He played knight a3, which was, I think, very precise, bringing the knight to e3 to cover g2 and g4 squares, or also pointing at f5 square. So knight a3 was very well. e8, knight c2. We played some normal moves. Knight c2, queen b5. I just wanted to provoke some weaknesses on the queen side. But knight.
We thought maybe queen a5 here.
Yeah, I was also thinking queen a5. I thought c4. If I played d4, it should be around equal also. But I thought, I didn't want to give up some e4 square for knight potentially, and some b4 at some point for white. So,
I see,
I didn't want to commit just yet. So I played knight f4, which is very logical. And here I was thinking. I was considering actually c4, queen c6, and I thought I have some pressure along the c6 g2 diagonal, and I can maybe later I can play d4 in a better version. But he found this rook e3.
It's a good move, right?
Yeah, I think it's a very, very good move.
Yeah.
After rook e3, I didn't see any good move for me. I have many moves, but I didn't see any problem for him. I opted for white move between c6 and g3, and after knight h5, also knight h4 was very nice by him. Using the opportunity to maneuver the knight to f5.
We thought that white had probably more or less equalized now.
Here I was sure that white is completely fine, and I was just hoping to pose some problems. But objectively white is completely fine. Knight f6, knight f5, rook e6, queen f3, rook e8, and here I thought from practical point of view he should have taken this bishop because. After knight d6, I would take rook e3 first, just gain some tempo, and queen d6, and maybe I have very slight, pressure, but okay, it should be equal.
Because his pawn's a little bit weak.
Yeah, it's a very symmetrical pawn structure, and okay, I can't do much, I think. So, when he played rook e1, okay, I thought I was pleasantly surprised because I can now keep my bishop and hope that maybe I can later kick this knight with g6. So I don't know what he has missed going for this line.
Pretty interesting moment here.
Of course, knight h4 is very dubious move because I thought knight e3 should be played.
Okay. What about knight h6 check?
Yeah, I was thinking knight h6 takes, queen f6, bishop g7, and I take on, I get this c3 pawn, and okay.
We weren't sure about this. Yeah, I mean.
No, I was like, maybe I am better, but yeah, white has definitely good compensation. But I thought, okay, at least we got some complicated position where we can play on, and so yeah, I was thinking knight f e3 actually. Maybe I think he was worried about queen a6, and I was calculating knight g4 here, knight h g4, queen g4, and queen d3, rook e6, and here I can play rook d8, but I think he has enough counterplay with knight e3, and knight f5 is coming. I mean, I thought it should be fine for white, but yeah, for some reason he didn't play knight e3. As I was surprising, and after knight h4, I was okay. I thought this should be better for black because knight is misplaced on the corner. Yeah. So yeah, I target this a2 pawn, queen a6, also here instead of a4, I thought a3 is more precise because he has a b4 option. If I play like in the game queen a5, he has b4.
Yeah.
But black is clearly better here.
Yeah,
right?
here I mean I was very happy with my position, and I was, I was very optimistic about my position. So yeah, when he played a4, I was confused first, like queen a5, d4. He's giving up e4 square, and yeah, at the end it was nice calculation. Knight e4, c4 here, cd, and knight g5. I think very important.
Yeah, knight g5. Yeah.
You saw that quite fast, knight g5. This idea of queen d5. And
yeah, I saw it when I played c takes d4. I calculated this line d3, and here I thought queen e8. I can play dc. Rook f1 has to be played, and here I have several winning moves, but I thought most precise is queen c5. And,
okay. We didn't see this, by the way. We
after queen takes e8, we thought it's queen takes d5.
I was also calculating queen takes d5, but I was thinking h3 is the only move.
h3, I found this move. H3.
Yeah, h3 because otherwise black is just winning.
And now
here I was I didn't see like a concrete way to win, but I thought it should be winning, like dc. I can take dc. He has to play queen c8 probably. Yeah, it felt it should be winning, but okay, I thought first taking on c2 was
more accurate,
clearly more accurate, and after this I think it's winning. And yeah, at the end, after queen takes g5, it's very straightforward, just dc, and it's very forcing line, bishop a3.
Sure,
can't do anything about it. Yeah, actually at the end it was one funny line of queen h5. I played rook f8 and he resigned here. But the very important line is queen e2. If he plays queen e2, bishop c1, queen e6, king h8, knight g6, h8g, queen h3. I have bishop h6.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
because king g8 has this perpetual queen e6, queen c8.
That's nice.
h6
is nice.
It's just winning.
Excellent game.
Awesome.
Well done.
Yeah.
Very good. Yeah. Have you played Mickey a few times before? You haven't played?
No, this is our first.
The first time you played each other.
First time, yes. Yeah. He's. I mean, I have huge respect for him. He's of course a legendary player, and I admire him. I actually learned from his games. When I grew up.
Have you got a favorite game so far out of the three that you won?
Yeah, I mean, they were all quite interesting and quite unusual in some way. And yeah, I think my game against Mishra was.
Okay, that's right. Yeah. You landed like some big preparation there.
Yeah.
And also yesterday's game with Nikita was also a very fine game.
Loved yesterday's game. It's like showcasing different skill sets. Start playing in the middle game and ending. Yeah, it's really nice. Yeah, great start. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us. Best of luck with the rest of the
Good luck for tomorrow on the next game.
Thank you.
Cool.
Thanks.
We'll be back again shortly. Welcome back to live coverage of round 4 of the 2025 London Chess Classic. We're going to jump straight back into the action because it's time scramble time, and we're going to jump to Luke's game against Gawain, where quite a lot has happened since we've had the interview with Nodirbek. So we left it in this position. Luke played d5.
And we think it's very good for white.
Yeah, it feels nice for white. So Gawain's gone queen d7, c4, g5.
Okay, finally, g5.
Takes the time out to block it. Yeah. So it's kind of going the way that we expect it to. f5.
Well,
I mean, I think he just has to. He just has to go for it on the king side now. Takes, queen takes, rook comes to e1.
Right.
Defended the pawn on e5, rook e4. I guess that's a nice move just to take a bit of time out to prevent black playing e4. Yeah. c6. And then a very nice move from Luke where he just...
Blasting through.
He's either blasting through or, as happened in the game, giving himself this supported pass pawn on d6. Knight comes back to e6, knight into g4.
Because knight takes c5 fails to queen e3?
Yeah, so this is... I think this is where they're at. But this is a bit of a dire situation.
It looks like Gawain has lost here, you know?
Yeah. So just to point out, if he takes this one, that knight's going to drop off the board on the next move.
Yep.
Unless this. Well, but even so, it's like, it's horrible, It's horrible.
Like an eternal pin or something.
Yeah.
This could be game over, Stevie.
Yeah, it could be game over.
It could be game over. Literally game over, because what do you do as black here? I'm a bit surprised he played c6. Maybe it was already a very bad position. Here. Well, I say I'm a bit surprised. What's he doing, you know?
It's bad, it's just void of any play, isn't it? Like white's coordination is almost perfect.
It's just playing knight g4 next move.
Yeah.
It's all dropping.
I mean, we've had to rush through this one and not give it the attention it deserved a bit earlier on, but it kind of felt okay for black. Then really taking a bit of a turn.
Well, maybe the players will come.
I guess when.
Through it, you know? But
I guess they'll fill us in on that.
So c6, here we are.
That's not. I think he played knight d4.
Did he? He played knight d4.
He's played knight d4.
John.
Yeah.
Now, what do we play as white? Just a safe move? Queen a2 or something? Or queen somewhere?
I like this. Threatens to come in this way. Yeah, keeps an eye on this diagonal as well. It's, nice.
It's just like it's
hard to suggest moves for black, isn't it? And I mean, I even saw the way that Gawain played that last move. It's kind of like, okay, just get something on the board. Body language not looking great, but
Luke has to make a move. This is move 40 coming up.
So he's got...
My goodness me, he's about to move. He's got a move.
We've seen like 12 seconds on our broadcast, whether that's right. He's played it. He's played it.
Has he played queen a2 or queen b4 or something? I don't know. What's he played? It's not queen a2.
Queen b4.
I don't know. It's queen b4.
It's on queen b4. Queen b4 gets up from the board, and that's his 40th move.
That's his 40th move.
Yeah, so Gawain just needs another move on the board for the time control, but realistically, it'd be an absolute miracle if he saves this. Yeah.
And e5 is just dropping, and that's it.
Yeah.
That is it.
It looks like a nice game from Luke, but...
Well, we both thought black was fine, didn't we? You were kind of rooting for black's king side attack. You were saying, white's got nothing on the queen side. If those pawns advance,
early doors. I was totally wrong. I said if he gets those pawns rolling, it'd be a massive surprise. And what did he do? Yeah, it's crashed through. It's quite surprising how with the queen on a5 and then b4, a4, it's just fast, isn't it? It's just coming. But what's also surprising is that black's play didn't
Nothing
really ever
happened
get
at all.
started. Yeah.
Nothing happened over there.
Yeah. So there you go. That's sort of elite level judgment against mine.
I guess black was fine, and
yeah, there must have been a moment in that middle game.
To see how they.
Yeah. Should we jump to
okay.
another one?
What about Alireza? We haven't seen that game for a while.
Yeah. Okay. So Gawain has just
Gawain's
made
actually resigned.
I
think he's resigned.
He's resigned.
Gawain has resigned.
He's resigned it.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay. It's
There you go.
understandable.
So, well done to Luke.
So that's the third game to finish.
Yeah.
And the other two.
Speedily look at Alireza before.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, the other two, it's kind of calmer waters. Both made the time control.
What's happening here? So
Looks
it's
relatively comfortably.
White's a pawn up.
Yeah. So we left this. We left this here. I think maybe at this point.
Sort of.
Yeah, sort of around this point, but quite a lot's happened since then.
97 we saw, and he just
he gave the
H pawn.
Gave the H pawn.
Yeah.
I guess the justification is that he's got a slightly better coordination. Maybe the A pawns, having moved forward, somewhat favours black on that side.
Knight coming to C4.
Yeah, I mean potential nice squares. Rook C5, E4. So the knights have been exchanged, and this is where they're at.
Okay, have they made the time control? Do we know? Looks like it.
They've made the time control. Yeah. So a bit more of a stable situation, but clearly.
That was move 41, Queen G8 check.
Right.
So they just made the time control.
Yeah.
2 decisive games out of 3 so far, Stevie, today.
Some good games.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think Luke's going to be very pleased with the way that went. Yeah. Yeah. So this one, well, White's a pawn up. White's going to be pressing.
Of course.
I guess I wouldn't have lost hope for Black quite yet. Safe-ish king.
King A7.
Safe-ish king, and maybe the pawn center that White's got looks a bit better than it actually is.
And White's king could be vulnerable at some point as well.
Yeah.
If Black ever gets close to the White king.
Yeah, maybe sort of reasonable margin for drawing chances in this one.
Sure.
Yeah. Should we check the other?
Yeah, let's check Sam's game.
This was something that I thought might be the first to finish, actually, and with the rook and pawn ending arriving.
It's going to be a draw. Even if White picks up, even if White were to win the B5 pawn, it's a draw.
Yeah.
And he won't even do that.
Yeah. No harm in playing it out.
Yeah. Yeah, you play it out,
Yeah.
So as you said, well, Mishra there, he just holds the worst position.
Yeah, and maybe it wasn't.
Was an amazing move. 95 move.
Maybe it wasn't so bad. I mean, it kind of looks ugly to play this Moran and leave the bishop locked inside the pawn chain.
Yeah.
But if you get in activity elsewhere, then maybe you can justify it.
And like you say, when White finally takes on C6, he's eliminating Black's bad bishop anyway, you know. So
this is it. So you just snapshot this position and it looks ugly, but Black's rook on A8 is actually just very active, and there's really nothing else to point at in Black's position that's a problem. So it kind of made it look relatively easy, even though it feels a little bit of a dubious position. Just calmly gets his pawn back in this way. Oh, he didn't get the pawn back immediately.
Okay, he just said, okay, I can hold this. I'd have been nervous as Black pawn down, you know. I mean, but what does White do?
Maybe
the rook's so active on B2.
Kind of, foreseeing this, and it's actually quite awkward for White to
make
advance
progress.
The pawns. Yeah.
Black just sits tight here. King E6.
Yeah, if King E6 is coming, then, well, I guess, there'll be a few we could mess around with the moves, but I guess with each one we're going to find a way to sort of hold things comfortably with Black. Yeah, so exchanges those two pawns. Well,
he's threatening rook C4.
Yeah, he's threatening rook C4. got to count the king moves now. Like if the king gets to g4, is it back in the square?
Is this the position in the game?
Yeah, so just with the square concept, to go over that, if these rooks get exchanged, then the square is generally this.
Yeah.
Defined by
good with these arrows.
Oh, thanks, yeah. I've had a day's practice. Yeah, defined by the amount of pawn moves needed to queen. You can draw a square around it. If the opposing king can enter that square, it can catch the pawn. So there we go. So what actually happened there? Played rook g2, rook b2, and I guess, just sort of very, I guess at this level, just very comfortable defending these rook and pawn endings of pawn down.
King e4, king e6, yeah, okay. And just wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be a draw, isn't it?
I mean, it's always been white who's pressing, right? I mean, even in this position, you can still sort of try and make it a bit uncomfortable.
Just about.
My way of doing that would be to bring the king this way, and then maybe bring the rook to check. I think the important thing for black is keep pressure on this pawn, so that even if the king does make it to this square, it never advances forward.
It won't, because it'd be check, rook
Yeah.
f4 check,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like you said, even if this pawn's eliminated, it's just a case of
it's
black's going to try and keep the rook on the fourth rank. Yeah.
Okay, so we think...
so it should hold quite comfortably, and then...
So plenty of blood spilt on the board today.
The more exciting games are finished, haven't they? The two exciting ones were decided in that scramble. Mickey's going to be a bit gutted, isn't he?
Of course.
Because he was back in it.
Yeah,
I mean, even Nodirbek said he thought it was pretty much equal.
Maybe just take the bishop on d6, you know, when you got the chance to. I know black was marginally...
Yeah, let's just revisit that one for viewers who've just joined. Where am I? I'm on the wrong round. Yeah, so... Mickey got to this position, and Nodirbek felt sure that he would capture the bishop on d6. Judging that maybe he has some slight pressure in a situation like this.
Because of the queenside pawns,
doesn't really feel like anything tangible, but instead Mickey went for
like it, Nodirbek said, bring the knight back to e3 instead of h4.
Yeah, and then the next mistake he felt was this, to call knight takes d6 a mistake is probably a bit strong, but he felt as though this one was a mistake, the knight sidestepping,
I guess,
after which...
As Malcolm said, the knight h6 check was a key moment there tactically.
Yeah.
And the evaluation of that line after black takes on c3. Maybe queen h4 was the right square here, I don't know. Yeah, takes, and now we don't know. Or even rook e3, Stevie, I don't know.
Maybe rook e3.
Although the knight wants that square, isn't it? The knight wants to come there.
And I guess in either case, it does feel as though white's got compensation for the pawn regardless. But Nodirbek did say he kind of would have been okay with this because at least it's a game and he's playing with the extra pawn, so probably a position of strength. He felt as though Mickey could go this way, and then after queen a6...
c4.
c4, yeah. Looks reasonable. Just going back to what happened, a4, queen a5, d4, and then got very sharp very quickly after c4, after which takes. The broadcast's still wrong on my machine, but knight g5 happened, and then after d3, I mean, Mickey was down to, I think, maybe 3 minutes to make a decision here, and it's just impossible to...
But it's probably winning for black here, right?
Yeah, probably
I think we're going to have Luke and Gawain on the broadcast
we'll just have a
shortly.
Super quick break to get them seated, So we're back.
There's still Alireza to look at afterwards as well.
Sure.
See if he makes progress.
Sure,
We'll
yeah.
come back to that game. A little break, I think.
Yeah, a little break.
And then, very short break, and then we'll have another game to look at with the players.
Cool. We'll be back in a
Thank you.
moment. Welcome back to live coverage from London. We've just been joined by two of the players who've just finished after, a bit of a stressful time scramble, I guess. Luke managed to win the game against Gawain. Guys, it's like super interesting game.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we kind of missed the critical part of it, doing interviews with the other players.
Yeah, it kind of fell apart quite quickly for me.
Yeah.
Should we have a look at? Should we go through?
Let's jump into it. Yeah. So Luke, you said on round one that you enjoyed this kind of exchange Spanish structure, and you got a slightly different version of it today.
A slightly different one, but yes, I had that thought during the game that yes, this is something I'm sort of generally happy with. Although I hadn't particularly expected this before the game. I'd spent most of my efforts on different openings, so so I didn't have anything kind of very special in mind.
Right. Yeah. I guess. Yeah. In comparison to the game with Mickey, Gawain's gone for a bit more of a sort of active approach.
Yeah, I went for the more ambitious. Yeah, I tried to exploit my bishop being on c5, so I can go queen e7.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought we might well get this structure, but
Interesting. You played h5 before casting queenside.
Yeah, well, I wasn't sure what to do after the immediate rook e1, because knight c4 is the main move. So
in this position.
Yeah, I couldn't decide.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, let's jump.
My idea, was h5, and with rook e1. Originally, I want rook e1, h5, knight f1 to take on f3. Queen takes, knight g4.
Okay.
But I got worried by rook e2. But wasn't really sure what was happening.
Are you worried by this move because it might keep the knights on the board if the bishops are exchanged, or?
Yeah, well, h3, and if my knight just has to go back again, I wasn't sure what the point was.
Right. Yeah. I see.
Yeah, the core problem for black in this position is that white has a slightly better structure for the very, very long term. So if black doesn't manage to kind of achieve something on the king side, then you know there's the kind of very distant possibility of the position becoming strategically a bit unpleasant.
Yeah.
So that's even though this position is clearly more or less fine for black, it's not really what you're hoping for from this variation.
Yeah, sure.
So yeah, okay.
So you get h4.
Yeah, it's kind of strange structure with this pawn on h4.
Yeah.
But I think I probably overestimated my position around here.
Right.
Was enjoying it, but Luke defended well. And
yeah. We thought you were doing quite well here, and we kind of, well, I certainly said that I felt as though like Luke's play on the queen side would be quite slow, but I guess if we jump forward a little bit.
Yeah, because the problem is
the moment
the bishop g5 was coming right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
if I don't touch that
I see,
knight.
right, yes.
Yes, so if you castle queenside, bishop g5. Actually, I still thought this was interesting. You play like queen e6, and then I'm a tiny bit frightened of taking this pawn on h4, although maybe I shouldn't be. Maybe it's... but if you go rook g8 here, queen...
Have I picked the right rook up?
Yeah, I think so.
Probably.
Okay.
Queen d2, knight h7. I don't know whether it was a good thing to take this pawn. Probably it was, but...
But you can also sort of, wait, maybe. I wasn't as in all those pins, and even like queen d2 and take on f6.
Yeah, because now if you go rook g8, another interesting idea is...
Maybe there's g takes.
Yeah. Yes, that's a good point.
Yeah, I just, in general, didn't want this bishop on g5. That's why I started with knight h7.
Okay.
Yeah. So if we return to knight h7, knight h7 I thought was...
Also, the knight might come to e6 later on,
the knight...
That's a dream.
Yeah.
So bishop e3, I think I need to trade off that bishop. Bishop takes, rook takes. And now I was thinking about, instead of castles queenside, g5 directly.
I was still in 2 minds about playing knight g5. So that's fine.
So knight g5, I guess I would play queen d2, probably.
Yeah, but I thought I could be safe if I exchange everything on f3 in these kind of positions.
Okay.
Maybe I don't need to rush because I wasn't sure what the next move was, but... And this, I thought, should be fairly equal. You do have the slightly better structure, but...
Were you playing for more than equality in sort of a general sense?
Yeah, I was enjoying my position and thought, I was dreaming of my knight landing on f4 and some big attack, but it got to f4, but the attack wasn't there. Or I couldn't find it.
I was thinking about
maybe
instead
G5.
of knight g5, and then
I wasn't sure about if you go knight g4.
Yeah, that's what I was interested in. Bishop takes g4, h takes g4, and then I have this idea of bringing my knight from f3 to h2 to f1, and then playing rook f3 and knight e3. And if I accomplish all of this, I will have a beautiful position. And I think I might actually. I was quite. I was quite attracted to this position.
Even though black's coming to f4 with his knight?
Yes, because...
Yeah, I get my knight to f4 and go h3, but then just g3.
Yeah, the knight on f4 is never stable, whereas the one on f5 is completely
Maybe I need some f5 in that line somewhere. I get my knight to f4 and then play f5 and try and... But no, I was scared by this kind of structure, yeah. I thought I wanted my pawn back on g7 in general in these positions.
Yeah, there's a lot of moments in the game where you want to make g5 work.
Yeah.
And now that you've got the pawn fixed on h4, it's always kind of in position to go knight h2 and block things out.
This h4 was very committal, of course.
Right. But still, things didn't look clear until quite a bit later on. So
I regretted putting my queen on a5.
You regretted it?
Yes, because I was thinking about... I decided I was choosing between queen a5 and queen c3 with essentially the same idea. I'm going to follow up with b4 and a4 and so on. But then after I played queen a5, I understood that I wasn't going to get my b5...
Because of queen c5?
Because of queen c5, yeah. I'd missed that at this point.
Okay.
So in hindsight, I probably would have played queen c3. And I think that looks decent with kind of play... quite similar to the game, but
I might go f6 in this version.
F6
and and knight e6.
b4,
knight e6,
a4, and
knight d4.
Yeah.
I see. That's a bit of a hassle for me. Yeah, I see. Oh, so maybe I picked the right square after.
Yeah, no, queen a5 annoyed me despite this.
Were you worried that it had gone wrong? You said you regretted it, but it kind of felt like you were doing reasonably...
Well, maybe, but my main idea wasn't working as well as I thought. So,
yeah, maybe this taking in rook h5 is too artificial. I think this is quite a critical moment. I need to decide how I'm attacking. Yeah,
Is there time for f6 or?
Well, maybe, but I always had this idea to swing my queen across to g6. So, but maybe I should play f6 and just.
No, it's a shame to kind of block the 6th rank.
Yeah, if I'm playing f6, then Luke is going to attack on the queen side, and I'm not quite sure what I'm doing.
Yeah.
So that was my issue. Yeah, my idea was to sack the exchange: bishop f3, rook h5, rook g5.
Oh yes, we saw that. We saw that. Yeah.
Get it to work.
So yeah, this is a nice
king h1
move. Just take a little time out to prevent that. Okay. How are you feeling at this stage then?
I was a bit in two minds because, as I said, I was very annoyed that my initial idea of crashing through with b5 was nothing at all. But then I also didn't really see what was I'm just playing slowly now, and I couldn't see anything wrong with that. So yeah, I was in two minds and a bit confused by this position.
Yeah, I was still quite optimistic at this point, but then it's. Do I have time for something like rook e8? So go rook h6 and rook g6 and try and get my pieces on.
So
it feels very slow.
Always the move to try and.
I suppose so. I mean, I'd kind of like to go rook e1, but I suspect that I need my rook on e3 for the defense.
Yeah.
I think I'd prefer to keep it on e3. I think it needs to be somehow covering the third rank.
Yeah, unless I might get some knight takes h3s at some point.
Yeah. Okay.
So
queen e6 or something. But.
Yeah. So yeah, probably rook b1.
And then if I go rook h6, just try and.
h6, yeah.
Yeah, this rook felt very stupid later in the game.
So now if I go
maybe
b5, you have still queen c5.
Yeah, there are d4 moves as well. So.
Right. So d4 instead of b5, maybe?
Yeah, I wasn't. Yeah, this is very complicated position.
Now I really am threatening b5, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I would take it. But
takes. I have queen f5.
There's queen f5, yeah.
Don't know if that's good or not. You could also play king b8, because if I take the pawn on d4, you have rook f6, which is a bit annoying.
Yeah, you probably don't want your queen here on f5, right? But anyway, yeah, this kind of thing. Maybe I should have, because I really regretted my rook on h5 in a few moves' time. So
we thought queen d6 was a nice move when you played queen d6. You're sort of waiting and with ideas, queen g6 maybe. And
b1, queen d6.
Some arrows.
Yeah, I guess b5 comes anyway.
Yeah, I guess you have to go b5.
Yeah. And then.
So my original idea was to play queen g6. Probably would take. If queen g6 immediately, I thought knight takes h4 was annoying.
All right.
Okay. I wasn't quite sure what was going on.
I didn't see this idea.
Like queen d6, b takes a6, b6, rook takes b6, king a8. Sorry, John's recommending knight h3.
Which position?
I'm not sure.
After rook.
Ah.
I'm still not there. Help me.
I think after rook takes h4, rook g3, and then knight takes h3.
Knight takes h3. Yeah.
Trying to mate down the h file. You take the queen.
Wow. Okay.
King.
Is it mate? It's not mate.
I don't think it's mate, but it might. You just continue. Yeah, rook dh8, f3, and f takes g6.
Rook h1,
this way.
king f2, rook takes b1. Rook.
But f takes maybe, but anyway, f takes g6 doesn't. But this, yeah, it's all extremely murky and unnecessary for white, probably. I guess you'd just play rook g1
after queen.
Yeah,
after
my
queen
intention
g6.
was just to play rook g1.
I was going maybe c, b, a, b, and then not to allow this line. We get the same thing anyway.
Okay.
And I could exchange queens with queen b6, but I thought it was a bit miserable. I was still, trying to win, so this didn't appeal to me.
Yeah.
But I didn't know how to assess it.
I guess it's probably okay for you, to be honest. I think I need to take on a6 here, because if the pawn gets to a5, that looks bad news. So takes, and then your king's kind of perfectly placed.
It's okay for black now?
Yeah, I guess it's okay, but
yeah, what, rook d1, c3, d4 again? I would guess I'm a bit worse, but I like the central pawns.
I'm a bit worried about the a pawn. So.
Yeah.
You're both worse.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, somewhere around here, maybe I could still bail out. What I did, I thought was okay, but I think I make a big mistake coming up, so
yeah,
I guess I should just take this pawn.
Take twice.
Yeah,
I couldn't decide, taking or playing rook d6 or even rook h6, but I thought he might snaffle my pawn on h4.
Aha. But so in that case, rook d6 may be more cautious.
Yeah, but I was worried by ba take d4.
D4 takes, so that's important. D4 takes rook b3, and then I hit the knight on f4.
Oh yeah, I missed rook b3, but rook b3 looks like game over.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's winning. But no, I thought you might take on b5.
So maybe AB, and then
and then queen a5. And I think my guess was that this might just be a draw after. Queen takes c2 is critical.
Yeah.
And then I go
rook a1,
probably rook a1.
King c8 is 4 strike.
King c8, and then I can take on b5.
This felt, I sort of just stopped at this point. It feels too scary.
So one important line is if queen c6, I have a
Knight
very
takes
fancy
e5.
knight takes e5.
Right, yeah.
Exactly.
Nice.
But you certainly don't have to play queen c6. I thought maybe you might be able to just play king b8 actually.
Instead of queen c6.
Instead of queen c6.
Really? I guess I've got a threat of my own.
'Cause the queen takes f2 is such a big threat. I wasn't sure that I have anything more than a draw here. But I also suspected that you wouldn't go for this because it does look pretty scary.
Yeah, I don't trust this at all.
If takes, do you have this one?
Yeah, exactly. Queen takes and then queen takes f2.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, somehow the queen on c2 is extremely well placed.
Could you play queen queen a5 instead of knight takes e5?
Queen a5 and then king c8 again, and then knight takes e5.
Well, I think maybe rook a2.
Uh-huh. Yeah, maybe that's very strong.
Yeah, my rook on h5 and it's doing nothing, and then now on f4 is good if I can get an attack, but otherwise it's just completely misplaced.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably this is good for me.
Okay.
But yeah, I'd gone from something where I thought I was better to suddenly realizing I'm clearly worse. So I thought, this b6, maybe it works if I've got enough time. I think king a7 probably was a bad move. So b6, ba. Maybe, can I play rook h6 now or something? Maybe still in time with c3. But I thought I had more time, but suddenly you were crushing me in the center.
When you look at this now, do you feel like it's maybe better than, or it's better than you felt it was during the game?
No, at this point I was very happy.
Right.
Because, why not? My king is much safer. I've got a sort of an extra pawn, which, okay, it's not a great extra pawn, but actually more to the point, once I played c3, I knew what my plan was for the next 5 moves. I wanted to go d4, d5, c4, c5.
Yeah.
And because I was short of time, that was a big comfort.
Yeah.
So yeah, around here I was pretty happy.
And how does Black prevent that plan? Do you know?
Exactly. I didn't see any good
Kind of
way.
just feels like you need an extra tempo in a lot of these positions to get the rook from h5 to g6 or like.
Yeah, maybe I needed to play f5 at some point or something to try and make use of that rook. I was always looking at ideas, but even around here I was trying to get f5 to work because I realized what your plan was, but I couldn't find it. Yeah. Like my rook, when I went rook h8, that must be a horrible move, but I just couldn't find. That rook had annoyed me for so long on h5. I thought, let's try and get it back into the game, but...
Right. Yeah.
Because, I intended to take on d4, but I wasn't very happy by both c takes and the weird knight takes, but probably just c takes.
Yeah, I was intending c takes.
Yeah, and I thought, my rook gets in the game, but I still couldn't really see how it was.
I'm going to play rook. I'm going to play rook c3 and just target the c7 pawn, and I think it's going to be very easy for me to play in the next few moves.
Yeah, and if I actually get my rook off the h file, then you just take on h4 as well. So, yeah. No, around here I felt I was just lost actually. Okay. I saw what your plan was, and I couldn't see what I'm doing.
Maybe it was possible to keep the queen on d6 and play f6. And hope that the queen can do something stubborn on the queen side, but
I didn't see what I'm doing against d5, c4.
I go d5, yeah.
I couldn't see how my knight. If I could get my knight magically from f4 to c5, I'd be okay. But even if it was my move here and I could play knight e6, then maybe it wouldn't be the end of the world.
Yeah.
So again, yeah. I need an extra tempo somewhere.
Yeah.
So maybe I should have played knight e6 instead of king a7, just to try and play against this plan.
Yeah, but it's quite
giving up on my attack though.
Yeah, so. It's psychologically very difficult to play that at this point.
And the rook on e3 is suddenly completely free. So yeah, it's difficult. Yeah. And then you finish me off very smoothly, I think. Yeah, I thought I had to get rid of that pawn on e4 for any chance.
Yeah. This was rook e4 was a nice move just to consolidate the situation.
Yes, the only source of counterplay is e4 followed by knight d3, and so I ruled that out with rook e4.
Yeah.
So I tried to get it anyway. But c5 is nice.
Right. Yeah.
There was in case of knight takes c5 there, I could play queen e3, king to b6, and then rook. So knight takes c5, queen e3, king b6, rook c1.
It works.
Just the critical line, and then queen takes e4, queen takes c5, and this leads to mate. King takes rook a1, king b7, and then queen. Well, queen a7.
Queen in. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, Luke, you're pretty pleased with that. It seemed like pretty smooth from start to finish.
I think I played okay,
yeah. Nice one. Yeah, Gawain, it's tough one. You're showing a lot of ambition with the black pieces as well today.
Yeah, I wanted to fight. And for a while I thought it was going well, so...
Yeah.
But Luke played well. So, a good tussle.
Yeah, cheers, guys. Very entertaining from start to finish. That one.
Well played, Luke, and how luck this time, Gawain, and good luck for the next coming rounds.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll be back again shortly. Welcome back to live coverage from London. We're joined by Sam and Abhimanyu. Their game ended in a draw. And Sam, I just asked you before we came on air if you once coached Abhimanyu. I understand that you're now working together.
Yeah, I mean, I first Abhi liked my chessable courses, and I was kind of touched by it because he kept crushing everybody with them. Then I found a sponsor for me to do some training with him one-on-one. And then at some point, he just got so good that I turned the sponsor's money away and said I'd rather just work with him as a peer. And we've been working together ever since. And our ratings have kind of converged. Only half of that has been for the right reason. The other half has been for the wrong reason. But yeah, it's just been a delight to watch him grow up. And yeah, he's a great chess player.
How do you feel about playing your former coach and your partner in studying?
Yeah, it's an interesting experience, definitely. I mean, of course, like, even in the ending, Sam has written numerous books on rook endings.
Just
so I was still like a bit. I knew I still had to be very precise overall.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, let's just say like from a preparation perspective, it was very fascinating because I know how dangerous Sam can be in the opening.
Yeah.
Like you check like any of his games here, or like even in the past couple tournaments, he's always up by like half an hour in the opening with a much better position too. Yeah. So I knew that okay, this was going to be a fight.
Yeah.
So today I tried to do something a bit different. Like usually I haven't actually played the Slav in the past like 1-2 years now.
Right.
So I decided to like try to surprise him in the opening, and of course that didn't pan out as expected.
Sounds like you're a difficult man to surprise.
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely done a lot of work in preparation and stuff, and it's sort of hard to surprise me playing my own repertoire that I published. So, but yeah, I mean, I came with this interesting idea to play bishop b1. When black only has one clear route to equality, which I think is not easy at all, the best move after bishop b1 is bishop e7, which is an extremely strange move. But the point is that now, after e4, there will be b4, knight a4, and c5, and I'm missing e5 winning the game. So after dc5, knight e4, bishop b4, and knight ec5, no, bishop b4, bishop b4.
Sorry.
Bishop takes b4 and knight ec5. No, knight dc5 loses to bishop e4, but knight e takes c5, and it looks a little flimsy, but black is just fine. It holds together, okay. So Abhi instead played rook e8, which is the second best move, and I thought a very human continuation. And then can either flick in a3 or not. I chose to. It doesn't make a huge difference, but a3, a5. And now the real question is this position after e4, e5 taken, bishop f4, which is a totally fresh idea. No one's ever seen this coordination in the semi-Slav before. It's just not really a thing. And here I know the computer gave knight fg4, and bishop g3, and the variation continues. No, that knight
fg4,
bishop g3, and... Okay, variation continues. The best move, which nobody will play, is bishop f8. But yeah, okay, the game goes on. There's ways for knight e5 and f4 to come, and black is fine, but you play. So instead, when all the pieces got traded, my first thought was it's very concrete. Like I'm one tempo away from being borderline winning, and I'm one tempo away from just dead equal. So could go either way. Rook fe1, and here this felt very dangerous for black. And I was actually curious about knight d7 in this position because this is sort of what I was expecting. And I was curious if e5 is working. I was trying to calculate knight takes e5, rook e3. And it's actually a bit awkward for black to get out of this because queen c7 is not a thing. I take on b5. He cannot play queen f6 either because of queen takes f6 and knight e4. And white wins, rook e6, knight c5, rook e7, f4, and dead. So I think black sort of has to try f6 to avoid just getting crushed by the pin. And then the question is, what all is going on after queen h4? If h6, queen e4 is fairly crushing, I think. So he should probably play g5 was what I was thinking, and queen h3. And this is what Abhi and I were discussing after the game. And I'm a pawn down, but knight e4 is on the way, and this looks extremely scary for black. I didn't see a clean defense, but I didn't see a clean win either. I'd be curious to know what the evaluation of this one was.
Sorry, did any of this occur to you during the game? Any of this that Sam's suggesting now?
In knight d7 was, I considered it a bit, but like I thought this idea with knight d5 is a lot more concrete because if it works, I can trade off some more pieces, and I felt like the main issue, like the main reason why I cannot play c5 in a lot of these positions is knight takes b5. So it kind of made sense to, let's say, trade off the knight so that c5 comes a lot easier. And once c5 comes, my bishop on b7 finally can roar.
So knight d5, queen g3, we trade, and now queen e5 is a good move. I think if b4, queen c5, black has a very tough defense ahead. So take, and the real question is, can I get anything to happen here? And I spent a long time trying to calculate some way, but it's just hard to do. For example, I was thinking to play rook e d1, c5, rook d7, bishop takes e4, f4, and then bishop c6 ruins my day. Because if he had to move the rook, I could take on e4, take on c5 next, and then, I mean, it's not amazing, but at least we can play. But bishops, take on e4 and rook c5, and...
But they're also, like if I go rook c8, rook takes b5, rook takes f4, rook takes a5, and like h6.
Well, rook takes a5 is made in one.
Sorry, not rook, rook e1, but like rook e8 and rook takes
a4. I mean, this I thought should be fine for black. Even rook e8, which is very passive, I think is fine as well. Like after rook e8, rook takes c8, rook takes c8. Okay, say rook b7, b4, like this should just be a draw. I mean... Black will suffer a little, but I don't think I should have serious winning chances here. So this was not working for a number of reasons, and I ultimately decided to play f4 and then b4 to try to contain c5. If I had started with b4, I feared black would play g5. When I think he's fine, because, like, say a takes b4 first and then g5, and he has stabilized the rook and c5 will come, and black should equalize easily. So f4 and b4 I thought was critical. And this is very move for move. Like, I'm one move away from sort of winning the game, and black is one move away from equalizing. And I guess it's sort of closer to the equalizing side, but yeah, I just wonder if I could have done anything better. So...
How under pressure did you feel at this stage?
Yeah, like this was not the optimal outcome of the opening, and I knew that, okay, this position black should be a bit worse, but it should be definitely defensible. It didn't feel like I was entirely lost, because I still always have counterplay. In the game I went rook e d8, so you first have to deal with the pawn on b4, like I'm threatening rook d4,
So like, I don't actually have to play rook d1. I was thinking about playing e5 here, but rook d4, some rook to d1, does not matter which. I don't believe black can take on b4, rook d7, and rook a7 should just crush. Here, and bishop a2, and this game is over. But black can play rook d8, and bishop c2, king f8, and as far as I can tell, I'm one tempo too slow to cause any trouble. If I could play g3, king f2, king e3 in time, I'd be in very good shape, but I can't. g3, king e7, and king f2 loses to rook d2, which is a bit unfortunate. So if I got one more tempo to play king e3, I think might be dangerous. So instead I started with rook d1 to not let rook d4 happen. And now, Abi was saying king f8 was a mistake because he missed e5, that after rook d1, c5 loses to bishop f5, which is a very important resource. So perhaps g6 was a better move here, when I still feel I should be able to put pressure somehow, but it has to be pretty close to a draw. But king f8 was played, and then I was starting to get very optimistic, because after e5, black cannot take on d1 and play c5 because of bishop f5, and then rook c7 and b takes c5, and he cannot take back because of the check and rook d7. So, and if black plays g6 instead of this, here takes c5.
Oh, sorry.
So if take takes c5, bishop f5, rook c7, b takes c5, g6, I believe rook d7 wins. Rook c5 and bishop g6, and I think white wins. So even this, I'm not 100%, but I think it should be winning.
Okay.
So Abi instead played rook a8, and here it was one tempo away again after e5. So g6, bishop e4, rook a8. And now it was one tempo away. Rook takes d8 is almost winning. Rook d8, rook d8, rook a1. And black is just in time. So rook d4, bishop f3, and now only move is king g7. Everything else loses. E6, and now unfortunately there is fe6, rook a7, and rook d7. and black survives. Even this, if my king were more active, I think it would be playable, but my king is too passive, and black, if anyone's better here, it's black. King f6, e5 can come.
Okay.
So, so I played king f2 instead. Yeah, bishop e4, rook a8, king f2. Takes, and then full credit to Abi for taking with the king. If rook takes a8, I think rook a1 is resign immediately. As far as I can tell, this game's completely finished. Rook d4, king e3, and dead. So king takes d8, and then this rook endgame comes. I didn't see anything better than that. So yeah, check and rook d4, and then h5 was a very good decision. If black had instead played rook b3, which is what I was sort of originally thinking, king e4, rook b2 back, I can go g4, rook takes h2, rook d5, and I think there should be very good winning chances for white.
Yeah.
Because the pawn structure with my pawn on e5 means that if I get to play rook takes b5, that I have a very simple winning plan, rook b8, b7, and then e6. So that is not the case in a more traditional structure on the king side. So this I thought was very good winning chances, but h5 from Abi was accurate. And then here after h5, h3, I thought h4 was asking for trouble. I expected rook b3 check. And
can I ask, so did you feel confident at holding a draw for this stage?
Yeah, after I played h5, I had a feeling that this should be a draw. White's rook is just always tethered to the b4 pawn.
Right.
And unless, the only way how this could potentially go wrong, I felt like if white can get, let's say, g4.
Right.
Let's say if I play some move like rook b1.
And then after g4, now you're asking for trouble.
Like hg4, king e6, king e4.
Now you probably lose. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite close, actually. I mean, I'm not 100% sure if it's lost, but it's starting to go...
King e4, and what do you even want? Yeah, I think this game's over now. So black had a choice to make, though. I mean, I don't expect Abi to play rook b1. That's a quite stupid move. So he played h4, which I do think is good enough to hold, although I think rook b3 is cleaner. And once h4 came at first, I thought I was winning. After king g4, rook takes g2 check, king takes h4, and then rook c2 was a cold shower. I thought that rook b2 was forced because otherwise rook d5 will come. And if rook b2 instead, I believe king g5 wins. As far as I can tell, there's absolutely nothing black can do about king g7, rook d6, rook f6. For example, like rook g2 check, king h6, rook g3, king g7, rook takes h3, rook d6, and dead. This is sort of what I was hoping for. But rook c2 was a cold shower, which was extremely unfortunate because now on king g5 there is rook c4. And I am not able to trade the rooks. So at this point I realized the game should be drawn. I still tried, but I don't think there's much I can do. If I could get to e5 and f4 against f7 alone, that endgame is very difficult for black. It's a technical draw, but it's very, very hard to defend. You have to constantly choose between whether to keep the king on e7 or g7. It's very easy to become lost, and I was at least hoping I could get there and pressure Abi, but I never even got that chance. So rook c2, I think, was just sort of the last important move, and then from here it was pretty straightforward. Like after, yeah, I thought even rook b1 was totally unnecessary, like, to allow this. You can also just go rook h2 or rook e2. For example, rook h2, there were some funny variations. So rook d5 loses to rook e2. King d3 take and king e4 and black wins. So let's not do that. But I can give rook d6 check instead. And say rook d6, king e7, rook b6, rook takes h4, rook takes b5, g5. So I should start with rook b7 check so that if king e6, I can give rook b6 and rook f6. But if black plays king f8 instead, I believe the problem here is king f5. If gf4, king g5, he has f3. And unfortunately here, I'm probably going to lose. So can't do that. And yeah, I was trying to make some other version of it work, but even that isn't doing it. So But even rook b1, which I felt was imprecise, I think still is clearly good enough to save the game. And here, and here after rook h8, rook d4 was very accurate. Like, it's not hard for black to get a very difficult position. If he plays rook c4 instead, for example, and say now I go rook b8, I don't know, b4 and king g4. Of course, this should still be a draw. It's even a draw without the b pawn, but I think black has a very difficult defense ahead. Next up, for example, will be king g5. And already I think black's going to need to play rook c5 or something just to not allow the allow f5. And I think instead of taking, probably I should give rook b7 check first to avoid f6.
Although rook b4, f6, king g6, f5, you still have f5 as of now.
Yeah, well then, yeah. So even this, I mean, this is still a draw, but it's going to be not fun. So I was hoping to get here, but rook d4 from Abi was very accurate because now rook b8, there is f6. And rook b7 check, there will be rook d7. And this is draw immediately.
Okay, yeah.
So I tried rook h6 just to hope for it, but f5 is another accurate last move. Point being rook f6, b4, rook takes f5, b3, rook h5, rook b4, and I'm never winning this game with my rook on b1. So now they're rook b4 and I lose. So I'd have to go rook h5, but rook b4, and I'm not winning the game with my rook on b1.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
Yeah. So interesting game. I don't know if I had a better chances somewhere, but yeah.
Were you at any point worried that the draw wasn't in the bag?
In the beginning, like when the endgame started, like this position after f4, like throughout the entire game, my feeling was that I was a bit worse, but the draw should still be attainable.
Yeah.
Like if I play accurately, and I believe that's what I did. So
Yeah,
overall, it's okay. Not like not the best game of my life, but also not my worst.
I think you defended very well. I mean, you had a difficult position, but again, it was defensible, and I don't think you gave me a real chance. So I don't think you played well.
Fair result. The right results, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, I wish I could have done better, but what can you do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Great. Yeah.
Thank
Thanks
you
for
both
running
very
through
much.
it.
Interesting.
Amazing.
Yeah. And good luck for the remaining games.
Thank you.
Thank you.
way, Steve.
Welcome back to London. We're live here at the 2025 Classic. So just got the one game left, one game remaining. Alireza has been pressing against Eljanov.
Right.
We're nearly into the 6th hour of play.
Is it, Crumbs? Yeah.
Yeah, it's coming up to that. We left it just after the time control. Alireza managed to go a pawn up.
It's a pawn up, yeah.
Still with a lot of work to do. But the game has moved on
quite here, didn't we? Yeah, we saw it
away. Yeah. So just running through it quickly. Yeah, some big exchanges in the centre after Queen F4. It kind of forces the pace. Alireza's decided to take on.
Couldn't have played E5 there, Stevie, after Queen F4. Do you think?
Let's see.
I don't know. I'm just. Rook D7, sure, yeah. Rook D7, correct.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Rook C4, Queen takes E5. Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe it's just a case of if he tries to do something ambitious, Black's going to get the counterplay on the central pawns. So he decided to go in for this, which does land him a pawn up, but the question then becomes, is this realistic winning chances?
Black could have played Rook D7, right? He didn't want to go passive and just keep this, keep the 3. You know,
so he gives the pawn to get his king active, and then the rook's coming behind the pawn anyway.
Classic stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
2 against 2.
Normally when you reach these things, you need the passed pawn, but then you need another asset in your position to get it over the line, especially when the defending rook is behind the pawn.
Yes.
There's a really large drawing margin in a situation like this. I think it's going to be a draw. But
it's this is the current position, right?
Yeah.
It's Pavel to play. The clock times, they're both, well, something like 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes each, so 3 to 4 minutes each, with increment, of course.
Yeah.
I believe, no? It must be increment.
They get 30, they continue to get 30 seconds from now. Yeah. So it's move 52. I mean, there's still going to be... Alireza's going to try, isn't he? Yeah, nothing. You know? I guess compared to yesterday, it's been a much shorter day.
Let's see. He's played. Is that C5? Looks like he's C5.
Yeah, I mean, my observation with this ending is that once the pawn gets to the 7th, maybe let's just play a couple of moves to demonstrate. Once the pawn gets to the 7th, you really need to be able to get the rook out from this square somehow. And in order to do that, normally you need some kind of decoy in the position.
Yeah.
The way the pawns are set up on the queen side, it doesn't look realistic that, that's going to happen. I mean, you can even have situations where white has an extra pawn on that side of the board and still can't win the game.
Right, yeah. And here it's, Rook F7 was played.
So C5, Rook F8, and that's where we are at the moment.
Oh, sorry, Rook F8, Rook F7, F8, yeah.
Yeah.
He might play F7, like you say, yeah.
Whilst we're waiting for moves, have we covered all bases today?
Covered all bases? Well...
I mean, I did raise the British Championship.
Yeah, go on, let's talk about that.
Let's talk about it. We need to talk about it. You must have been pretty pleased with how it went.
Yeah, of course, I was absolutely delighted. I mean, what can I say? Were you there when I won the British Championship in 2008? Yeah, you were there,
in the same building.
In the same building.
Like this building's got some great karma coming your way.
Incredible, you know?
Yeah.
People listening might not know the British Championship, every year it moves around the country.
Yeah.
Different parts of the UK. And it hasn't been in Liverpool since 2008 until this year.
Yeah.
And that was the only year I won.
You had a playoff in that one too.
Yeah, against Keith Arkle.
Yeah.
Keith, and I managed to emerge victorious. So that was my championship year.
Yeah.
And and then to go back there all these years later, you know.
And you mentioned something that you've been playing a bit before, and
I played a couple of because I didn't play for years and years.
Yeah.
I was involved a lot with Gibraltar, with the organisation of the Gibraltar Festival, and teaching in schools a bit over there and things. So then that came to an end, and I decided to. Well, I was asked if I wanted to play for the England seniors team. You know, the 50+ team.
Yeah.
And I thought, okay, well, why not? You know, let me see how it goes. And actually, it went pretty well.
Yeah.
And it was fun. I enjoyed it. So then I played in the British Championship last year, which was in Hull.
Okay.
Were you there, Stevie, in Hull?
Wasn't in Hull.
You weren't in that
No.
one. And I did fine. I did okay.
Okay.
I did quite good, except when you've been out of the game for a long time.
Yeah.
You know yourself a little bit, you know, and then you're playing much younger players, and your opening theory, like you're rusty and this kind of. Well, it was rusty before. So, but it was okay. Everything sort of clicked. You know?
Yeah.
And this year I just did really well in Liverpool. Yeah.
Did you feel rusty? When was the moment that you felt like, okay, I could do something here. I'm feeling in form.
This year in Liverpool.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Almost every game I was sort of. I just have a positive mindset. I enjoyed it, you know. I enjoyed my games, even rounds 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, I was enjoying them, you know.
Yeah.
I played some. I was a bit lucky here and there as well. You need a bit of luck.
Yeah.
To win any tournament, you know, or to finish high up. And there were some tough games. I had a tough win against Harriet Hunt, for example. It was a hard game, which I played quite nicely. And you know, an earlier draw with Mark Hebden, a tough draw with Glenn, Glenn Flair, Glenn and Mark are both playing here. You know,
a lot of familiar faces that you played in the tournament.
You know, and it was just fun and amusing. I mean, I could play the same opponents and maybe do really badly, you know. But I mean, it was just things just kind of clicked.
Yeah.
And you had a decent British, Stephen.
The score was okay, but I was never really in the running for a top spot. So I got to half a point behind you guys in the last round.
Well, there you are.
But I remember telling my mum in the morning, like, I'm not really playing for anything because there's 6 players ahead. So what can you do? But yeah, it's been nice to play. It's taken me a while to feel like I get into my rhythm. I'm not played for a long time before. Similar to you.
Similar, you also.
So yeah, the feeling of being a bit rusty.
Yeah.
But I also think the general level is quite a lot higher than it was a few years ago.
Yeah.
I also feel as though, you know, having not looked at things for such a long time, my knowledge is a bit behind. I'm always kind of worried that might affect things, but
okay, but your basic knowledge and understanding of the game,
I mean, it's okay. I mean, it's not a disaster, but it's the standard is just really, really good these days.
And you're also living, are you not, just touch on that, you're living in Bali, is that right? Or you're spending a lot of time in Bali?
Sort of, yeah. I mean, I moved there with the intention to see how it goes, and I just kind of ended up staying for a lot longer than anticipated. So, probably go back there in the new year. Surfing's my side hobby.
Surfing, yeah.
Surfing's my side hobby, yeah.
You're doing more surfing than playing chess, or is it 50-50?
I was last year, yeah. I mean, this year I've been studying chess with a view to play. But yeah, enjoying it over there. It's good weather, lots of opportunities to surf. Last thing on the British.
Yeah, please.
We got to talk about your last round game a little bit.
Against Nikita.
Against Nikita.
Yeah, it was a really nice game. I mean,
yeah, for those who are listening at home, definitely worth checking this game out because it was just like,
you know, last round
a bit of magic, really.
Last rounds are very special, you know, in any event, you know. And
you were thinking for quite a long time at the start of the game.
Sure.
What was going through your mind?
Well, I like to think anyway, you know.
Okay.
To kind of absorb the moment and the occasion.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, the opening was what it was. I hadn't really prepared the position then. I kind of provoked Nikita because I played sort of knight c6 and things.
You played it against Harriet, did you?
I played against Harriet, but then we just transposed to a normal game kind of thing.
Yeah, and then got something very fresh.
Nikita, you know, he played h4, h5 or something, and it was very soon an original position for both of us, you know.
Yeah.
And maybe White stood better, I don't know, but early on, you'd expect White to be better there. Yeah. But he missed one sort of tactical idea, this sharp g5 move, I think, and then it was quite comfortable to play for Black.
Yeah.
But I was just enjoying it, you know. And I thought,
it's great.
I lose, and
in those circumstances, it's so hard to just relax and enjoy the situation. I mean, I've been close before.
Yeah.
But my memory of those moments was my nerves were always very apparent, you know?
Yeah.
Whenever I got to the stage where...
Have you been playing for the title in the last round?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, twice.
Oh, wow.
2007, I played Tony Costin in the last round. And it was the year that Jakob Agard won.
Oh, yes.
Apparently we've got some more moves, but we'll just
come back
finish.
to that.
Yeah. And midway through the round, I had a very good position, and Jakob had a very bad one, and it was between us. If either of us won, then we would win it with a potential playoff. Sorry, just a moment.
We don't think much is happening in this game, but that's up to date, is it?
Yeah, we're up to date there. Not much has changed. Yeah,
We're having a chat.
Yeah, so it was one of these situations where, I mean, if you're not letting anything affect you and you're just focused on the next move, you're just trying to find the best move, then I would have dealt with the situation a lot better. But my eyes wandered to what was going on the other board. I saw that he was in a bad situation.
I see.
My nerves really started to kick in at that moment. He ended up winning the game, and I drew mine. So he went away and won it. Yeah. And then I had the playoff against Gawain in 2012.
I think I watched that. Yeah.
Like, managed to play sort of the worst game of my life in the first game, and I mean, partly, you know, I guess a few reasons why that happened, but a big reason was nerves and just kind of bottling it. Which, if I'd had a handle on it, things would have gone a lot better. I mean, it's great that in the situation you were in, you just sit back and take it in.
Yeah, I wouldn't say sit back, but I mean...
well, no, but it sounds like you were able to kind of relax and enjoy the moment, which I think is...
And also, when I won in 2008, I remember my last round, I had black in the last round against Simon Williams.
Right.
Very dangerous player. He was playing for also a potential playoff, I think.
Yeah.
Had he beaten me, you know...
I was playing for a playoff with you in that year as well. I played Bogdan with black and...
In the last round?
And it was a draw, so... We were sort of third equal with a bunch.
These things always come down to the last round. It's always tight, you know.
Yeah. But you were playing Simon in that one.
In the last round of Liverpool 2008,
Yeah.
And I had with black, you know, and I got the draw which I needed to get to a guaranteed playoff, you know, and it was with Keith as a Hammond,
I remember you played a really good playoff. We turned up on the Saturday morning.
Did you come and watch? Yeah.
Came over to Liverpool again to watch that one, Do you have a...
It was like yesterday, Steve. Like yesterday.
Yeah, it does feel. It's like time flies. 2008.
Yeah.
Do you have a favourite tournament victory over your career? Would it be that British, or would it be something else?
It might be to win that because you know British champion. I mean, it was. I've won. I came first equal at Lloyds Bank one year, Lloyds Bank Masters.
Okay.
Hastings, I come first equal a couple of times.
Right.
British Championship, I won it once. Tied this year. Okay, I lost to Mickey. You know, so. I've also had really bad results in some of those tournaments on other years, you know.
Yeah.
But hey, you know.
It's really nice. I mean,
it's, you know, but when you get the opportunities, when you get to those last rounds, and you have the chance of tying for first or winning outright, you do need to really take a step back, as you say, sit back, just sort of. And, you know, maybe not want it too much, you know, want it but not want it, you know what I mean?
That's the problem with nerves, isn't it? If you want something too much, it's inevitable. Nerves are going to kick in.
Try to play the perfect game because it's such a big occasion, and but we all know that it doesn't always happen, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah.
Oh, yeah, bit of an inspiration to us all.
Yeah.
It's like,
you know.
really nice to see this year.
And also, I just feel like I have the energy, you know, like a creative energy and sort of and willpower and stuff to perform at a decent level anyway.
Yeah.
You know, like I say, you need a bit of luck here and there. You need things to fall in your way a little bit as well. But Mickey was too good for me in the playoff, you know. So.
It's tough, isn't it? He's been a bit of a machine at the British Championships recently. And
Stevie, anything that happened in this game?
It's kind of transformed a little bit, hasn't it?
A few more moves here coming over. Actually, is Alireza winning now? My goodness.
Well, he's dropped the A pawn, and I guess the justification there was...
What happened? We took our eyes off it.
Is he winning?
I think he might be winning. What were the last few moves, Stevie? Just obviously time trouble. They've got...
So king d1 goes after the rook, and he's leaving his pawn on f6, I guess, so that maybe if the rook tries to stay behind the pawn and then make checks, the king's got some cover. So it kind of, does it force black into some action? When the king comes, we take a pawn.
Okay.
But then Alireza's got the tempo to get his rook from behind the pawn to the side.
Cutting the black king.
Yeah. So now it's going to be a bit of a race.
A race.
Because
but black's not too well off in this race, huh?
Well, so this is where we are, and
this could be winning for white, huh?
Yeah. So it's inevitable that black will give the rook for the f pawn.
Yeah.
But then, if it's a draw, you would expect that he's in time to get a pass pawn on the other side and get that through, so that white has to sacrifice a rook back. But like you say, it doesn't.
And they're playing 30 seconds a move.
Yeah, yeah.
30 seconds a move, Stevie. I mean. You know, he's done well to get this far, Alireza. This close, you know.
Wow.
Black's king is quite a long way back.
So should we put some moves on the board to see what the race looks like? King e5, king a5 is the one that feels natural to start with.
Okay. King d6. I want to say rook e5 check and king e6, but I don't know if that's the right way of doing it. Rook e5 check?
Yeah, maybe it's a mistake to allow this check. Yeah, that's very nice, because now...
Because my king's very close on f6, I'll go back in next. This is quite... This
is dangerous, isn't it?
Just go back there, Stevie, a little bit. Go back to what the position is. I think it's... Black's messed up, huh? Or maybe it wasn't that easy to draw, you know? Before.
If the king goes here, do you have enough time to take the second pawn and then go back?
Well, if king e7, what do you do? You can't take it, can you? You've got no time.
You can't take it because on f7, rook here, the pawn's just queening, and you eventually just run out of checks.
Sure, yeah.
So king e5, and now
this could be the third decisive game of the day.
Played here. So what happens if he goes the same way?
This is the position. King d,
King here. At least this time you don't have getting the rook behind the pawn so quickly.
Right. And now you've got to take it?
You've got to take it now. Yeah.
But it feels like this might not be enough for black, can you? Rook e2 and bring the king? I don't know. Is it a draw?
I think it might be a draw still, but...
Yeah.
I think this is a draw. It's just not quite in time.
Just about, yeah, you're right, yeah. And b6, yeah.
Can we improve on that for white?
But it's kind of on a knife edge, huh?
Yeah, king b5. He's gone
maybe
king
e7
d6.
is not right. Okay. You're saying king c4 here. There's also rook e5 as a move here, isn't it? Rook e5 and king e6.
Yeah, rook e5.
And also...
Oh, it's not a move, is it?
Oh, sorry, excuse me.
We can pick it up.
Tired.
We can pick it up. I guess he's gone king c4. Probably has to go for this king e7. And then it is a case of... Well, I think he has to go b5, right?
Are you sure about king e7? Does he have to pick king e7?
Well, maybe he doesn't, but he did. So,
It's on a knife
King
edge.
E7,
the last game of the
B5.
day.
Yeah, I mean, it's really come down to a race, and well, what we looked at, it did look like a draw, but we've rushed into it. What about coming back this way? Does that make any difference?
Right, to kind of
try and make
slow
it
down the
difficult.
advance.
Yeah, I guess maybe B4 is it's happening.
Also, rook E3 to try cut the king or something. I don't know.
Yeah, rook E3. Wow, I mean,
there's a lot of moves. Yeah,
they're both down to
they're both
the
down
30
like 10 seconds against
I
a
wonder,
minute.
can we get the camera up on the camera of the players on full screen? That might be. Don't know if we can. Maybe not. I'll try and keep up.
Yeah. Okay. What's he played here?
King E7, B5.
He played F7 by looks of it. Takes. As predicted.
Wow. So King B3 just played.
Now, is it winning? No, this next move is probably hyper important. I did rook E2, didn't seem to work.
And if this, just take.
Or rook B6 even. What about rook B6? Rook B6.
Rook B6, B4.
Yeah, okay. Well, I can then come back. Then King E6.
Oh. Rook B6, B4.
Come back.
Here.
Come back.
And then this one. I think this is okay still. Is it?
Are you sure about King takes C5 last move?
No.
What about rook and I don't know.
Yeah, maybe this here.
It's going to be...
It's okay, is it? It's okay.
Check. And King C3, one of these ones, huh? And you make a knight.
Is it going to let me make a knight? Okay, yeah.
It's one of these ones, isn't it?
And this one's a draw? I think this one's a draw, right?
Look at me. Look at me. Not after 6 hours of analyzing. 5 hours.
I think maybe this one is a draw, but just a little bit of care
maybe with
to
the
be
C pawn.
taken.
Yeah, with the C. I'm not 100% sure, huh?
Because I think the knight can kind of jump to these squares and you can't force it away from the king.
Oh, I see. Just knight A3 to B1. Yeah. We should know this.
We should really know this. Yeah. It's one of those things where I've never really kind of learnt it by heart, but I trust myself to be able to work it out
over the board.
in a game.
But when you got 30 seconds to move, you know?
Yeah.
He's played King E5. Are we still waiting for?
Yeah. Let's go back. So that is in.
What did he play?
He played King F6. King here.
Oh, he's just bringing his king straight back. He hasn't moved his rook.
So it makes sense to go with the pawn to B3.
King E4.
Ah,
maybe?
but this
D5.
one. Oh.
Well, he's in time. King C4 is over, yeah.
This gets met by that.
Yeah, that wins, yeah.
Wow.
Very precise. So
B3 is not playable there.
He played King F6 to E5. He kept his rook on E6. Just bring the king straight back. Yeah.
Wow, he's winning. Oh, is he? No, he's not winning. He's not winning because of the C pawn.
Yeah, okay. Rook E2 check. Wins. No?
Ah, he's winning.
Surely.
Wow.
Yeah.
To me, absolutely devastated to lose this one.
It must have been a drawn rook ending, huh?
So what's the try now? We can go here,
King
here,
D3,
here,
and now
then
wait.
just a passing move.
Just wait, yeah. And King C4.
And if the king goes here, then...
Wait, yeah. This is game over. Yeah,
Wow.
Rook E2 check, exactly. He just got there in time, like one
That
tempo.
is heartbreaking for Pavel.
And he's
Wow,
resigned.
he's resigned it.
He's resigned, goodness me. It just shows them that these top guys, you play and you play and you play and you wear someone down and sometimes you just.
So, was this winning from this stage?
Suggesting it maybe was, I don't know.
So we first looked at rook e2, then we looked at rook e5, but Alireza finds king f6.
Just bring the king back.
Yeah. And it's too slow to get the pass pawn this way. Let's c4, king here. It's just too slow, is it? It's just
too quick.
Clearly way too slow, yeah.
A long way too slow, yeah.
Wow. So the mistakes come earlier. Maybe this position is lost.
Well,
which kind of begs the question, maybe going after the a4 pawn is the wrong thing to do here. But actually, now that the king's on d2, you're going to struggle to pick up the b2 pawn without allowing the f pawn through.
I was surprised Black went a pawn down almost voluntarily, before.
In this position,
well,
he can play rook d7.
Is he in danger there after rook d7? I suppose he thought he was, otherwise he wouldn't have gone into it. But just keep your pawn. No? Why go a pawn down?
Yeah.
What's White's plan here? What's? I don't know.
It's not easy to justify giving the pawn. But I thought this would be a draw.
Yeah. We'll probably have Alireza with us soon. Maybe Pavel as well to talk us through some of this game's highlights. We've had 3 decisive games, is that right, today? Yeah. Sam's game was a draw, wasn't it?
Yeah. Sam drew. And Nicholas and Nikita drew their game.
That was an interesting game. They're going to be, so I can see Alireza says. So we'll have the shortest break.
Super quick break.
And then we'll be looking at this last game with one or both players. Yeah. Thank you.
Welcome back. We're live in London, and we just had the final game of the 4th round finished. I imagine a very happy person on my left, Alireza. Nice one. Must have been a big surprise to come away with the 4 point in that one.
Yeah, I mean, it was a miracle, I think, at the end. That game. And I played a good game throughout the whole game, but in the mid, I just missed one move, queen f4. And then everything was gone. So, but I think I played a really nice game actually, up until that point.
Yeah, it looked a bit more comfortable for you at this point, and then.
Yeah, I liked my position here.
Yeah.
And
is he ever getting away with sacrificing the exchange on f4?
I'm thinking that he might sacrifice the exchange on f4.
Very interesting. Yeah, it's just not clear. I think it's very unclear after. So. He could always sack the exchange, but it's very unclear. So
take on f4 and g2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, he didn't take here. Black is much worse, I think, because I have good structure and yeah, I have good structure.
Yeah. So he gets to trade the bishops at least. Maybe that's something for him, but
yeah,
still feels very comfortable for you.
Yeah, because I'm playing both sides. So I'm playing king side and queen side. So.
Yeah.
And he sacrificed pawn, which is good practical decision, I think.
Was that necessary to give the pawn up?
Yeah.
He had to,
I mean, he didn't have to, but I liked my position a lot. So
sure.
He wanted to get some activity going. But yeah, here I have to find a win after queen takes d7, but I couldn't.
Okay.
After queen takes d7. But yeah, I missed queen f4 and
queen f4. Okay.
Yeah, and everything is gone.
e5, rook d7. Yeah.
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 There's nothing anymore, and here I just wanted to make draw somehow. Rook takes e4, g3. Yeah, and here I think Pavel saw ghosts. I think here.
Yeah, I guess
he didn't play rook d7. Just keep his pawn. It should be a draw, no?
Yeah, but this when it happens because then he thought like my king goes to c5, pawn goes to a5.
Yeah.
And he's passive. There are some scenarios which black could lose, but yeah, he had to go rook d7.
Some chances.
Okay. Yeah, some chances still, but
is it lost after giving the f pawn?
I'm sure it's draw, but it's very hard here to make draw because I think he missed the fact that I could just give up the pawn and go for queening the pawn actually.
Yeah.
So I think he was thinking about a5 idea, so a5 b6. He had nice idea, a5 b6 and f7 king b7 is draw, but
okay.
Yeah, rook f8.
So just
a5 b6. Like
something like this.
No, even let's say king a7.
Where do you want to go?
Like let's say f7 here. I think like even rook f4, a5 b6 is draw. Like takes king b7.
Yeah.
He'll give c5 also. It's draw.
Yeah.
It's a draw. Even 3 pawns up, it's a draw.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So this was his idea, but I think he was concentrating a lot on this, and then he missed the fact that I could just go with the king and not push f7.
Yeah.
And this is the race. I don't know what's going to happen in this race, but I don't know the evaluation here.
Right. Yeah, we were watching with you on 30-second increment. We still had no idea whether it was a win or a draw.
Yeah.
What was the moment you knew that you calculated?
Until the very end.
Oh, right, okay. Wow, yeah. Well, even this king f6 to e5 instead of playing a rook move at the end.
It's important,
it
bring
seemed important.
the king immediately back. You leave the rook on e6.
It's very important. He cannot shoulder my king somehow. Like
he can't.
King, like king e7. He has to waste a lot of time to go take on b2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this seemed as though...
moving the rook, but it didn't work. But king f6, yeah.
Yeah, king should come as quickly as possible.
Yes.
Yeah. Maybe, just no way back from here.
Yeah, here probably is lost, probably.
Yeah, well, it's still a mystery as to like when was the losing moment.
Yeah, probably he had to go rook d7, not give the f7 pawn, but still it's like...
Okay.
It's a bit annoying.
Yeah, see, yeah.
Oh, we didn't talk about the opening really, but this line with g5, knight h5 takes g3, is this a normal, is it like a unusual variation that he chose?
It's a very new line.
It's a new line.
Yeah,
Just show us very quickly, Stevie, before we finish here.
So he goes bishop e6, which I guess is a bit rare, and then
it's new stuff.
plays this. Okay.
I haven't seen this before, but Are there some games with this line?
Yeah, probably, but I think black is fine. Computer shows black is fine, but I think in practical game, white is slightly better, always.
Because you had the f5 square and...
f5 square and my king is safe on b1.
Right.
It's always a bit pleasant for white.
Yeah. We thought white had a lovely position here, no?
Yeah, I mean...
Well, lovely.
Looks easy to play.
Yeah.
Still kind of a lot of work to do, but slowly but surely you were making progress.
Engines probably show because engines love 2 bishops. Yeah. But in practice, f5 square is very annoying.
Yeah. Awesome. So How are you feeling about the first 4 rounds?
4 rounds, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I have to keep up with Nodirbek. So.
Yeah,
right, yeah.
3+2, that's right. Yeah.
Like,
he wins, you win.
Yeah, I mean.
And you play each other when the 8th round or something, don't you? I think you play quite late. Yeah, so.
No, and he's in very good shape, so it will be difficult.
Awesome. Well, we won't keep you. It's late here. So, yeah, thanks so much for joining us.
Well done. Congratulations. Well done.
Welcome back to live coverage of the XTX Markets London Chess Classic. All games are finished, but we've just come back to say bye, basically. We just do a quick summary of today's game.
It was a great day's chess, Stevie. We had 3 decisive games out of 5. I mean, already yesterday, some days we had all draws or 1 decisive game. We had 3 decisive games. So those are the scores on the doors. And Alireza just squeezing out that win in their last game.
Yeah, what a surprise at the end. I mean, could see from Alireza that even he was shocked that he's come away with the full point there. A lot of fighting chess. Really interesting day. I mean, I'd say only really 1 game sort of stayed in the equilibrium. And,
right, yes.
Everything else was, some...
Those are the scores after. Look at that. So Nodirbek has 3.5 out of 4, the Uzbek player there. 3.5 out of 4 in this field, goodness me. And then Alireza just half point behind on 3 out of 4. He's got to keep in touch. He's got to keep pace with the leader. Those are the top 2 rated players here, of course.
They have both been super impressive, haven't they? And I mean, Alireza's half a point behind, and he's probably kicking himself a bit for the draw that he had with Sam in the first game. He was doing very well in that game.
That's right.
I mean, came critical at some moment and just maybe needs to find 1 or 2 precise moves to get it over the line. But super tight at the moment.
You had a good afternoon's chess,
Yeah,
Stevie?
I love it. I always love being in your presence, Stuart.
Come on. We're back tomorrow.
Yeah,
Same
join
time,
us tomorrow.
4 p.m. UK time. For round 5. We haven't got the matchups here on the screen in front of us anyway.
I can run through them quickly.
Can you put tomorrow's games? Round 5.
Pavel's playing against Mickey. Pavel's got white in that game. Gawain will play Alireza. Gawain's got white. Mishra against Luke McShane. Nikita Vitiugov, Sam Shankland. Nodirbek has the white pieces against Nicholas Theodoru. So
Nicholas is doing well. He's in third place. Sorry, he's got 2.5 out of 4.
And have not really been in danger in any of the games so far. So +1 score. So very decent debut for
of course.
Here in London. Yeah.
So 5 rounds to go. Anything can happen still, of course.
Yes, kind of wide open still.
So
awesome. Do you have a favourite game so far?
Well, I don't know. I mean, Nodirbek's game yesterday against Nikita was sort of a complete game. Complete game,
This is like...
I love this king coming around to A5 and everything that he did.
Showcase a bit of everything. Yeah, so win with black is difficult enough as it is, but really nice.
It's been good, Well, thanks to our live audience here.
Yeah, who've all left now, actually. just online viewers, if there are any.
Yeah, of course, I'm sure.
Yeah. So we'll be back tomorrow, 4 p.m.
4 p.m. UK time for round 5 of the XTX London Classic. We'll see you there. Thanks.